Hello. Hi, guys. How is everyone? Let me just, and I have the lovely Jennifer Bradford with us tonight. Hi, Jen.
Hi.
So happy. Thank you so much for being here. It's always a treat, and I'm honored that you're here. You're feeling well, and I'm just excited to see everyone. Thank you so much.
Yes, it's been, I love everybody. I've been missing everybody, and I just wanted to,
Yes.
Man, I've had so much to say on this covert case. I can't take it.
None of us could. It's terror. It's a nightmare. Let's see who's here. Let me see who's here first. Sarah. Nadine. Hi, Nadine.
Hi, Utter.
I know.
Hi, Ed.
Utter. Hi, Doxy.
Yeah.
Forever, Doxy. Good to see you, though. Thank you for being here. Hi, Kaz. We got... Ed's dying for the Newlywed Game. He can't wait.
He is. He wants this to be a new thing, like the new Newlywed Game. They're going to make it on TV, and they're going to go to weddings and be like, "This was the worst."
This is the wedding. It really should be the wedding.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, I love downtown. Kristen. Hi, Kristen. Utter.
Oh, hi, Mia. Mia's in there. Hi, Mia.
Yeah, Mia doesn't feel well. She has whatever her son had. She's gonna put her phone down here and just rest, Mia. I hope it'll pass fast, man. That sucks, especially when you have a child to take care of. That there's no fun in that. Ugh.
Wow.
What's going on here? Wait, no, I just want to see some because Ed said about Hannah Clark. There was something that happened in Australia, some kind of a catastrophe. Oh, good. Oh, goodness.
Oh.
That sounds terrifying. Oh God. Hi, 71.
Lit.
Oh, that's awful, Ed. Jesus Almighty.
Oh, lit on fire by her husband. Are you kidding me? These people, it's like, I can't even with this.
I mean, this week you and I were saying a lot of times when we were having issues, we're like, I'm ready to light myself on fire, but no one else is allowed to light fire.
No, and you know what? Yeah, like I make it a joke. Like my joke is, I'm going to take a can of Aquanet and a lighter and burn the place down. But I would never do that, okay?
No, I'm ending it. She's got the Aquanet. I'm doing it.
Do you remember Aquanet? Now, probably.
Yeah, I remember it. My hair is still upset about it. Yeah, I remember it.
Exactly. That stuff was like glue. I mean, you put that on and you could go in a hurricane and your hair was going to be like, it would, go up, but it would be so stiff that when you came in, it would still be like.
It got us through the 80s. Yeah. Our hair didn't budge.
It did.
And it couldn't. It did. So much hair in the 80s. We needed it to just not move.
Oh, yeah. It was so, I'm a big, I went to I graduated in 92. So obviously I was.
The big hair.
Yeah, 80s baby.
I never heard of the case, but that is an Aussie case. But I've got lots of Aussie. So if anyone ever does want to talk about that, 100%. Hello, darling Christy Love. So good to see you.
Hi, Christy Love. Who did I miss? Did I miss anybody? Hi, everybody.
It's been a while. I'm so happy to see everybody. This is so nice. So nice because I've had to put this off. My dad's going through. He's definitely declining more though. I just told Jen, right before the show, I always just run downstairs, get a drink or something. He's sitting at the kitchen table with the checkbook out and all these bills in front of him. I almost slowly wanted to just turn around, but I knew I couldn't, and I just looked at him. I said, "It's bedtime. What are you doing?" And he looked at me. He goes, "I don't know what we're gonna do with all this." And I'm like, "With all what?" And most of them were already. They're old. They're paid. Like they're done. What are you looking at old bills for, Dad? They're fine.
Oh yeah, and they get very upset about that. That's something.
It's become his thing. And I said, "There's one bill. It's the cable bill, but we'll be all right." He looked at me. He goes, "Oh yeah, until we're homeless, then we'll see." Oh God, we're always going to be home. Like that's always his go-to. Well, when we're homeless, don't say I didn't tell you. I'm like, I won't. I will remember that tarp. I'll say you knew it. You saw it coming, Dad. Hi, Jody. How you doing, honey? Yeah, so we were going to be.
Hey, Jody is cool. Hey, Jody is cool.
So I put it away. I said, we are caught up. Everything's good with the bills. Let me just give you your insulin. Here's your snack. And then go. And so then we kind of, hopefully I'm upstairs. He's downstairs. Like, hopefully I won't hear him yelling for me, wondering all of a sudden, did we pay the gas bill? If anyone does hear an elderly man, don't panic. It's just my dad, maybe possibly at 2 a.m. Paying bills. He doesn't get up anymore to make breakfast like he used to, like do the 2 a.m. Like, like he used to literally think it was breakfast time, and I could smell bacon being made at 2 a.m. But he doesn't.
Oh, geez. Oh, you're like, okay. The stove at 2 a.m. That's great.
Yeah, and it's kind of sad though, because now that he doesn't do that anymore, I almost miss it. Isn't that weird? It's weird.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. You get used to stuff. Yeah, I remember. I'll tell you this little fun story about my grandma had. Got that.
Yeah.
And sometimes it would be a little bad, and sometimes it wouldn't be so bad. And her neighbors called us. We lived in Ohio. She lived here in Sarasota.
Right.
And they called us and they were like, "Man, she's not doing well." And she seemed fine when we got there. Totally fine. Yeah. My mom and I go to Walmart after she's asleep, and I kid you not, she called the police. She thought we were kidnapped.
Oh no! Oh God!
Oh yeah, she's so upset. She's like, "You gotta find them. You gotta find them." And then the 911 lady is like, she acts like she's mad at me. She's like, "Is she alone? Was she left alone?" I'm like, "Look, we're visiting. We're just trying to get a handle."
Yeah.
She's been fine.
Yeah.
I don't know where this came from.
It's terrible.
Can you hear
that? Yeah.
Can you hear this storm? We have.
I do hear that.
Exactly 10 o'clock. I have all my steps set up. Yeah. So let me know if it's too loud. I will mute it. I came out here on the lanai so that I could hear and not have TVs in the background and everything. So I have everything set up out here, and then like at 10:01, we decided to have 70 mile an hour.
Oh my, yeah. Well, that I could hear it. It is loud. Jesus.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Is it too? I mean,
no, it's not too loud. Just be careful. Jesus, I don't need you getting we need you.
Well, I was kind of thinking that this is probably the best example of the rain machine.
Oh my! We were just talking about that. That's right. So you're kind of doing that. All right, that's okay then. I'm good. You're doing it for the craft. It's all about the craft.
Right. Exactly.
Hi, Cowboy. Thank you for being here. I'm so happy everybody's here. It's nice to see you guys, and I know I had to change the schedule a few times, so thank you guys so much. So a lot has happened and a lot hasn't happened, but the one thing that's driving me insane, and I don't even know if everybody is still even into it, because it seems like forever since he had initially been arrested in December, but the whole Idaho Colbert issue, it's crazy. Okay, and I know you're into it, Jen, and I know you have things you definitely need to talk about, because I had no clue with a few of the things you told me. I had never even heard of certain things, so I'm so happy that you're so into it and have some, I think, quite a few things that maybe no one had heard, and I know for sure. I was reading as much as I could, yet I know a lot of what you had told me, so I do appreciate what you're going to bring to the table. I'm going to talk a little bit about, now Alana has, from Truth and Transparency, I got to say, that girl's been bringing it to the table. Her content's been really good. She's kind of taken the angle as of being his lawyer, more or less, and what the prosecution kind of has to bring if they plan on getting him convicted. So she's really, made us look at a lot of things in different ways than we thought possible. Chronicles of Olivia, I don't follow her channel, but she initially did an interview with Kaylee's parents, because Kaylee followed Olivia's channel, and her sister had seen on her phone that she followed Olivia's channel, and that's how they got in touch with her and said, we want to do an interview with someone on social media, and we felt kind of like it's almost like Kaylee leading us to you. So this, Olivia and her cohort they call her Buller and Betty. They flew to Idaho. They're in Florida. They flew to Idaho, the home, and it's a really good interview. Now their interview occurred 46 days after the murders. So it's been a long time since watching that. So when you go back and you rewatch it, and Lana just put out a timeline yesterday, and she followed it from Olivia's timeline, and you looked at things. I kind of wanted to watch some of Olivia's videos, so I got into that rabbit hole. And I don't know if anybody else, like there's a couple things we're going to talk about, but like my mind is boggled, and when we do get to it, there is a major issue, and I don't know if anyone has heard anything since, but it deals with Kaylee's LinkedIn account. At 11:30 at night, Kaylee's sister Olivia receives an email notification, an alert that Kaylee's account was active. Because you could set it up like, oh, do you want emails when someone is live? Like there's a bunch of little. I never do that with any of them. You could do that Facebook. I don't care who's on. Do you want to be notified if someone mentioned your name? No, but she got that. It's weird, and she was on her way from Los Angeles. She was in LA when she got the news that her sister was murdered. So she's driving from LA to Idaho and gets this alert and goes on LinkedIn. Luckily, she screenshot it. Kaylee's account was active, and there is that little green. It's like a little green figure that's under your picture. It was on. She was active. Couldn't figure that out.
Right.
She screenshotted it. She calls her girlfriend, and she's like, please tell me you could explain this. I don't know why. Who would be on it? Goes back into linked. Her account is complete. It's gone. It was deleted, deactivated, gone. And she screenshotted what it said was, I don't know if anyone else has heard this because this has kept me all day. Literally, my mind is blown. I don't want to say it the wrong way as to what it said. Let me just find it because it's very odd. Let me see, because I wrote it down because I thought, no, this is too.
And just to give her, just to give everybody a PSA, public service announcement here. Mm-hmm. These are just theories and opinions that were thrown around from things that we really deep dive into. So please do not think that we are, saying, oh, Brian Koberg is innocent, and these girls did it. I mean, we are not trying to victimize the victims in any way, shape, or form.
No.
We want to see the right people held accountable for the crime.
Yes.
And so just so everybody knows, we are not trying to bash anybody, suggest anything about anybody, because we don't know.
No, it's too. I hate this. I hate that they made it such a long wait, like June 24th. It just gave way too much time for the whole thing to blow up into a million different little pieces, rumors, what's true, what sources, the insanity that Ashley Banfield puts out through News Nation, and people believe it because it's Ashley Banfield on News Nation, but it doesn't necessarily, when someone says a source could mean hearsay, rumor. You have to just take it with a grain of salt. So I was just coming from her sister and what she does show. It boggles my mind. It boggles their mind. Like she couldn't sleep. She was literally like, she said, I can't get it out of my head. She said, Kaylee has lots of different social media accounts. The least active was LinkedIn, which would also make kind of sense. You don't go on LinkedIn to really socialize. So I understood too, like she would be a little concerned. And what it said was content is unwanted and was deleted. Now, whatever it was, she said, I don't know. The account was completely deleted, deactivated. She called up the police, Idaho. She thought they got rid of it. They said, first of all, we could never do that. That's illegal. This is, you're calling us 12 hours after the murders. Like, this was 12 hours later. We don't even have warrants.
Wow.
No, you don't do that. So then she called. Now, the FBI wasn't even on the case yet. This is 12 hours later. She called the FBI.
Wow.
Then did get on board. They said, first of all, no, you get a warrant, but you don't there is no agency that would delete anything at all, let alone being active.
Right.
And then that leads her to believe, or worry, what was on there that someone was so concerned was going to lead back to this person's, who knows what it was or who it was. But she's like, if anybody has any ideas. Now, I watched that entire interview. I don't know why. I just don't remember. And it's probably because we were all so horrified by those murders in general. These interviews, I don't know. You're not.
Yeah. Was this before or after? Yeah. And it was this interview was before Kohberger was arrested, right?
Yes.
Or was it after?
No, there was no suspect yet. It was 46 days after.
Okay.
There was nothing. So they were really, when they're doing their interview, they're like, he could be watching right now. And that, the hair on my neck stood up.
Yeah.
You're probably right. That, they had no leads, and that's what they called Olivia. And they're like, no, we don't think that the police are in any way just not doing their jobs, but we just feel we want more done. Like, we are here to keep their names alive. And I know they took a lot of heat for being like, oh, they need to shut up. The father's a bit outspoken. He probably was a bit outspoken, but none of us know how the hell we'd act if that was, our
I don't know. I honestly, I'm thinking the Aquanet and the hair and the lighter, because honestly, I think I would lose my mind.
But
I think that they did so good. I think they just did a wonderful job of being, they were, very empathetic about it, the whole situation. They weren't, and I think I would be on so many, you would have to sedate me, and I just
be in a fetal position. I mean, really.
It's so hard. Yeah, exactly. It's just so tragic, and it's like, I don't even know if it hit him. I mean, because really, honestly,
46 after, yeah,
you just don't know. And honestly, if your child has been at college and you haven't, they haven't lived with you, or I know she had just moved back, but mainly she had been at college, she had been away, and sometimes I think that you can just kind of, instead of facing reality, you can kind of pretend. So if it were me, I would probably be trying to pretend that my daughter's just at college.
Yeah, she's just at her place, and I know.
Like she's away and she's at college, and this is what she's done, and I think that that process is going to be a long process for that family.
I don't even think they'll be able to even begin the proper grieving until this hearing or this trial goes on, and whatever happens, and then after that, maybe start that process. But until then, you're kind of just really running on adrenaline to get through the day.
Yeah. And it's unfair I think another thing too is this, with Brian Kohberger, there's a lot of problematic things that say something's not right. And, when your child, I know that I would want justice. I don't want somebody who, I want everybody involved to go to jail and be punished for what they did, because it's horrific. And I want the right people to go to jail. I don't, it doesn't serve, justice isn't served if the wrong person goes to jail. It's just not, you know?
And it does happen more often than we even realize. So yeah, I am one.
It happens.
It does.
Oh, and there's a case in Tallahassee we're going to have to cover.
Okay.
Because I honestly just dropped my jaw on this one because, like the police completely like framed this girl's ex-boyfriend for this crime, and he was convicted. He didn't do it. I mean, there's no way he did it, and it was like, oh, it was horrible. It was horrible,
horrifying, but it happens.
It does. So it does happen. And sometimes I think that they're just so, I think that sometimes they focus so much on one person. And what's nice about, we can pat ourselves on the back as sleuthers because we look at all aspects of it. We're not like focused on one person. And I think that that's just what, I don't know. I've never been a cop. I don't know what it's like, but I'm sure that they see different things and go, okay, this is it, and they're going to focus on this and what have you. But nowadays, man, you got to stretch that net wide and far.
You do. You don't want to just say we've got someone and they're in jail. Like if that's not the right person, who are we? Who does that help? Wrongful imprisonment is more popular and common than we know, and that society even wants to talk about because it's ugly.
Yeah, and they, who was it? Was it Blackstone? I know that there was like famous English, whatever they are over there. Anyways, a long time ago, that we went by like Blackstone's theory, and we kind of built our court system. It was supposed to be built based on that, but I think that we have completely changed it. And that mentality was that it's better if 10 guilty men go free than for one innocent man to have his life ruined and be wrongly convicted. Yeah. That's what Blackstone, he really that was his theory, and we used it a lot for our justice system, but not now. That changed. Yeah,
it did change, thankfully. And 71 said they should be able to figure out what area they were in when they logged in as far as the LinkedIn. Here's the issue with that then, because then the gag order was put into place. So then we were shut out of knowing anything. So I would hope by now the FBI could say it was this person. This is where they blah, 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 whatever it was. We just don't know that because by the time all of those things were put in, we saw how many different, from Tinder to Walmart to Amazon, like how many different warrants are out there. So I am sure that FBI was able to obtain all that info. It's just that as the public, we don't know any of that yet. So I'm probably about it for probably no reason or whatever the reason is. Hopefully we will hear it. It's just that blew my mind at the time because the sister, she was just like, I'm not able to sleep trying to figure out who from LinkedIn would have something so damning within Kaylee's account that they had to get rid of it. And that is a scary thought because there was no suspect.
Oh, definitely.
And I can't imagine the fear they were in.
Right. Absolutely. And it was like, you don't know because if somebody's deleting and going into her account after she's passed away, then
hours though. That's Sunday night. So that's frightening. Sunday.
And they had to and if Dylan and Bethany found out about that, or they knew about that, then they know that they could be in danger too. I mean, it's so sad because I just wonder what that is.
No one, like the Gonzalez's, no one talked to. There was no communication with Bethany or Dylan, so they didn't know about that. They didn't know that Kaylee's account. So that's even scarier. It's just like they were all in danger. But if it's playing out the way that Kohlberger is the actual assailant, they were all in danger, but had no clue. You have a police department the house was the target, everybody else is safe, then, you know, come back and say, walk in, you know, groups, stay vigilant, know where you're at, to they were, you know, we think maybe it could have been people in the house targeted. So, you know, you're all over the place with what the hell happened here and why, but they were,
yeah. And what was the motive?
the motive. They did hold it very close to their chest, and it didn't leak that. Yes, they did pretty quickly have a name and have someone that they were watching. It's just that we didn't know it, so that part didn't get leaked. So that's, you know, that's pretty impressive.
And
everybody ends up being the one or not. That name was none of us knew about it until the day he was arrested. So that's.
And how did they? Yeah, I'm just, you know, and I don't even know how they got the name in the first place, unless they were, you know, unless some of the girls knew him or what. I just don't think he was like the stalker. I think somehow they knew him, because
hear what we're gonna hear. And we may not hear much for this preliminary. Like, who knows what we're gonna hear? It's terrible, the thought of like I'm hyped up for this June 26th or whatever it is, and it could be minimal that we're even told. I hope it's not.
Well, and but here's the thing. Here's my problem with this whole situation with the subpoena and, you know, the preliminary hearing and all that. The problem that I have with that is that it's like, so you're not going to go. You know, they had a private investigator that did, you know, he really dug. And then they, you know, the lawyer comes in and says, look, I've got exculpatory evidence that, you know, clears my client. And, you know, we want her to be there and testify because this is going to clear my client. And, you know, they didn't want to, they wanted to quash it. And, you know, the judge wouldn't let him quash it. But the thing, so the judge, you know, if you're Ann Taylor and, you know, this private detective, and you have information that is literally just nothing, it does nothing, you know, to exonerate Brian Covert, that judge is not going to be happy. I mean, she's not going to be happy. And you don't want to, I can't see Ann Taylor jeopardizing the fact that, you know, hey, I might still have to go to trial. So I'm not going to put myself in a position. Yeah.
She's like you know, the Rottweiler of prosecutors. So I would hope she's not wasting anyone's time by insisting that, you know, one of the surviving roommates
I can't see it because, I cannot see that.
You know, at least the compromise is she'll do an interview in her home state. She doesn't have to be there. They have come to a compromise. So I was at least happy to hear the way it's happening. It's on Dylan's turf, Bethany's turf. She'll interview with, I don't know how much of the team will go, if it'll just be like who will or won't be there, but they are going to Nevada. She is not going to have to come back to Idaho because these two girls, we don't know if they had any involvement, no involvement, whatever it is. The PTSD has got to be horrifying. Either way, the rest, if you did know something, you're the rest of your life living with that. So,
that you knew something and everything else, and it's like, I
just have empathy for them just being now victims until we know anything more. Pointing a finger at these people doesn't help anybody, and I don't want to do that. It makes me feel dirty.
No, and that's exactly. Exactly. But you know what? I mean, it is, you know, do we have questions that are legitimate? Oh, yes. Those are legitimate. The questions are legitimate, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they were involved in any way, shape, or form. I mean, we don't know. They could have been threatened. I mean, who knows what happened? We don't know.
It's a terrible, and your mind is a terrible thing to wonder, and because you could come up with some really crazy scenarios, because this is a lot of time in between that we have to think about what may or may not have happened, and it's just it's a lot of time on our hands,
Yes.
wondering, coming up with scenarios and questions, and a gag order, which really leaves us in the dark. Sources that could be total bullshit or legit. Either
Right.
way, you got to take
Or,
it.
yeah, you don't know.
Source, you don't know. Yeah.
And it was very bizarre too. Like, so the money that they threw into this case, the $1 million that they threw into this case,
Yeah,
and
that was
the amount of that fee, that was
fast. Within the first week or so, the governor gave us $1 million funding to do whatever you have to do to get people to help find this killer.
right. And they had so many FBI agents that it was like, well, we've never seen that many. What are they doing?
Not even impressed. Like, wow. Like you remember, it was like one of them was like real late night, and it was like 5 big dudes get out of this SUV. It's in the middle kind of the night. They go in the house. They're not in there for long. They come out. You don't even see their faces. Their heads are down. Like, they could either be FBI, they could be like deputies, but like, shit was like, they were moving fast. They were on their game. And I'm like, this is bigger than we all know. Like, this is huge.
Oh yeah. And they
it was impressive.
Yeah, definitely. It was and I remember there were 2 guys that I think Brian Eaton may have caught these 2. We don't know where they were from, but they were carrying a kit, and there were 2 of them, and they were going into the house, and it was like, I don't know, weeks after the murders.
Mm-hmm.
And, and I thought, what are they doing? What, what are they, I wonder what they're, what they're looking for, what they're doing. Why are they back, now? Because, by then they should have been able to, I would have thought, test everything that needs tested or what have you.
When was that? When would you say that?
Brian Eaton was on.
It was Brian.
He was there.
Yeah, right. He was there kind of when it first all went down.
And he stayed for a while. I mean, he stayed for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Yeah, he stays a few. I mean, he is good too. He's really, I do like him. He's not a bullshitter, and he's fair, and he's not dramatic, and I liked him from the Gabby case. That's when I think we all that's when we found Brian, and was from the Gabby case when he was I think it was when he was on the laundry's lawn. Like, he was the one that kind of was the forefront of the whole media, but he wasn't an asshole about it. But it's like, wow, this dude is just social media. But then you realize, okay, he's with News Nation, and he was
right.
He really ran with that. I mean, he retraced her steps. So he did. I mean, I listened to him with respect. I when he says something, I do listen more so, like I said, than Ashley's stuff. Ashley.
She just needs to take Ashley needs to just take a couple of Xanaxes. I know.
break when she told 2 nights ago I'm like thinking, you said that out loud, girl. She told that Jen, whoever their FBI, I can't remember. It's a big long last name, but it's Jennifer something. She let her know she's got a burner phone, and she's been calling messages for Brian Koberger to call her, and this is like, she actually surprised when she reports. She goes, and he has yet to call me back. I'm looking at like, A, you just let us know you got a burner. Weird. B, why are you that shocked that he hasn't called back? Ashley Banfield, the biggest sensational yet big name that people do listen to. You're surprised he hasn't called you back? He's more likely to call back Nancy Grace and let her sing him a lullaby. That's pale in comparison to the conversation that he would probably have to have if he truly did get on the phone with Ashley. She'd put him through the ringer. I don't like a lot of the stuff she's been doing, because it's too much, and she's become like National Enquirer Ashley Banfield, as opposed to when I first remember her was with, I believe it was the and more. She was on her game. She
was
fresh. She was new, serious, and really excellent. So it's like a different person now. She's a different person, totally a different person now. She was a different person even with the Watts, and that's when she got fired from HON, was because I think she was not what a reporter should kind of be at the beginning, which is like non-partial, right? You're not really supposed to lay it out there what you think isn't the person that be convicted. Like she would say pretty much like Watts' name, like a dragon, like you were expecting like fire to shoot out of her mouth.
Shoot out of her mouth. Yeah, I know.
You know, a huge surprise that she was let go the day after she was the one to report on them, like what they had like the semi truck in front of the house when they were moving all of the belongings to their home. But like she's describing like there's a woman and like she's giving descriptions of the people there to move things. I hadn't followed the case yet, but when you do look back at that now, it's like that. Oh, that is a bit cringy. I could see why each other is like, we got to separate. We're gonna have to cut ties with you. It's been real.
Oh yeah, I know. Exactly. It's been a real gas, but we're gone. We're out.
Thanks for the memories. Thanks. Hi, Wendy. Okay, Ed, you better come back because you are not. There is no Newlywed Game without you. Good to see you, Wendy.
Oh yeah. Hi, John McSmith. John McSmith didn't say hi to me. I feel bad.
We love John.
My feelings are. I know, and my feelings are hurt, John. I haven't seen you in so long.
I know. I hate it. I miss everybody. I couldn't wait tonight. I'm like, I don't care if there's 2 people there. Whoever those 2 people are, I know I miss them, and I can't wait to say hello. So this is really.
I know, because it's been a long time, and there's been so many things that have been going on because you got Vallow and Letitia. I mean, what?
Those are. She's I'm like happy. I am not. When the Letitia thing, I watched someone did like a show on it. We're talking months ago. It's something I can't unsee. So I'm thinking, A, I'm happy I never followed it. B, I don't want to know a thing about this trial when it does happen. This despicable evil demon.
It is.
I can't. When I see his face like on thumbnails, like I have to go by it real quick. I'm so triggered by his little face. I can't even go there. Lori Vallow, I didn't involve either because I wasn't yet into YouTube, social media, all that. And then, the Watts was enough. I didn't, and then Delphi, I didn't get into Delphi till last year when that whole Richard Allen thing happened. But that was a lot. I'm like, I don't want all these kid things that they take too much out of you. So I'm happy there aren't actually in there with that. But when you do hear like, she fell asleep. I'm like, isn't she a living doll? What a doll.
Yes.
Guys, and can you be quiet? Can you quiet down? It's Lori's nap time. You're in her,
I know. It's and with the the guy, what, my mind is blown. Sometimes I just take it like, Richard Allen. One thing I wanted to say about Richard Allen, because seriously, somebody has to explain this to me, okay? Because there are so many people in that town that are like dirty child porn people, and this, I mean, it's like rife with.
It's porn. It is. Yeah. It's a deviant heaven. It is, because they mapped that out. I remember when they showed you in that area how many people were sexual deviant, and like, what in the hell is going on there? There's quite a lot of child porno pigs in that area. I didn't follow a ton of it, but when that first all happened, that became the new thing. Like, oh my God. And then boom, like 2 days later, this Kohlberger's arrested. Richard Allen was probably like, thank you, God. Thank you, God. I dodged that bullet because everyone's attention really did it did go to Kohlberger for the. I mean, if you think of social media, you think of just YouTube alone. Just about every channel started to then just Jen dropped. Just come back in, Jen. You dropped though, honey. I hope it's probably from the storm. But it just kind of all diverted into the Idaho murders. So that's kind of how we. Not that I forgot about those poor little girls. It was just that I stopped following it, which is probably good that I don't, because the kid cases are just too much, too much. I can't stand that Letitia's face. I can't even look. I don't watch it. You do see them when you're just scrolling through. Lori Vallow's face. I do enjoy seeing Lori Vallow's face on thumbnails, because now that she's in jail, she can't keep up with like her Botox and looking good, and I'm like, good. That's payback. She's aged. She looks like she's aged about a good 10, 15 years, and I'm like, yep, it's good to see that. Just to, I can't. The Watts, yes, John, too Wattish, exact. Too much with the Watts. That I think a lot of us, it just. And then I don't know what made me think it was a good idea to go from reading Blood and Marriage to One Last Kiss, the Coleman family murders, because I was literally wiped out. I'm like, I can't do it anymore. I can't read any more books to the group with kids, because it was taking the life out of me. I struggled with that One Last Kiss, those last few chapters. I'm like, I have to get through it for everybody, but I struggled with it, and I thought, well, this is a good way to let everyone know, okay, we're not going to pick any more books where there's children being annihilated. Let's stick to adults at least, please. So that's the only thing that I ask. Oh wait, now let me see. Let me look at my phone at the chat, because StreamYard sucks. Wendy, oh God, Wendy, I don't want. A lot of the channels were saying about how bad it was yesterday or the day before, whenever it was, that I forget whoever it was that really had to go into graphic detail of what Vallow's, what the kids looked like, how they were done in, they just said some of them just said I don't know if I could even continue on in law enforcement, that it was that bad. I'm happy I didn't listen. I'm sorry you did listen, and that's off. You had a difficult time. Yep. Yeah. We'll never be callous, for damn sure. It's too much, John. It's the absolute best way to put it. Yeah, it's gut-wrenching. Especially it's like, these are your mom is like that. Like, that's where you learn trust. That's where you learn like love your mom. Or your dad. It's a whole new world. Your one or both of your parents, you learn that love. Hopefully is where you learn how to love and trust. And yet these poor children, that's how their lives were taken away from them. It was, whether it was Lori Vallow, whether it was a stepmother, Letitia, an actual parent, Coleman, the Watts case, these poor babies, these kids are babies. I don't care. I don't even care. I don't even know how old Lori Vallow's daughter was. But to me, they're babies. They're living home. They're still in school. These kids are babies, and they're wiped away by. Not that Lori did it. Okay, supposedly I think it was her brother. I want to say that she had killed them because they were zombies. Okay, because that sounds normal, but I can't follow them. And Gannon with Letitia, I just saw his little face, and he looked a little bit like my son. And when I thought I was listening to the I can't even remember what channel did a real good series on, I was like, this one I'll make sure never to watch an ounce of her trial, and I won't. I won't. Hi, Madonna. Oh, Madonna, I miss you. Thank you so much for being here. Wait, what did John say? Manson's mother sold him for, oh my God. And we went, oh, that's John, really? Jesus, criminaries. That's awful. No, we're not. That's right, Downtown. We're in trouble when we start to understand why these people did what they did, right? Yeah. We're all grateful that we don't go there. Yeah, exactly. A male's brain is not fully formed until the approximate age of 25. Therefore, I consider all children babies until the age of 25, and to be freaking taken out of this world by one or other, mom or dad. I can't read. I'm not reading them anymore. I will read you The Wizard of Oz before I ever read another book that involves the death of children. I just can't do it. Oh, good, Madonna. Okay, just listen. In a little bit, I'm gonna on Edward's request, I'm gonna reread the Newlywed, the wedding chapter of Blood and Marriage, because, well, it's that time of year where we feel the need to. Oh, really, John? According to, well, you know what? I don't think Charlie'd have any reason to lie. I would probably believe it. Let's be honest, John, he didn't hold back. Whatever Charlie was thinking, he let us know. So yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I definitely wouldn't doubt it. Oh, I feel bad for Jen. That's a really bad storm. But I made notes anyway, because I want to know. I don't know if anybody else, is as big into this whole Idaho thing, because I just, from the part where, okay, yes, the owners of the house at 112 King, they did give it to the college. Basically, here you go. We're giving it to you. Take it. Do whatever you want. And yeah, you would want it gone. Get rid of it, absolutely 100%. But at first they're like, yeah, it's being boarded up, and there's Jen. By next week, they're assuming it'll be demolished, and I'm thinking, well, don't do. I mean, I thought, no, don't do that. What if you need it? You may need it. Like, literally, the Murdoch, they put everybody in a van and took them right back to the kennels, and these people walked around and looked around. You can't get rid of a house. Especially that house where you might want to go there. You might want to know what it sounds like if you're in, Bethany's bedroom and the door is closed, or if you're in Dylan's room and the door is closed, and you have even somebody go up to the third floor and even just walk around from room to room. What are the acoustics? What does it sound like? What does it look like at night? There's a lot of things that I think, like, for both sides, whether it's, the defense or the prosecutors, I just don't think that you want that house taken down yet.
Sorry, I'm back.
Worry, Can
you hear me?
Yeah, I was concerned the storm wiped you away.
You know what? They've been calling for rain for 5 days, and I kid you not, at like 10:01, it started to storm for the first time. I was like, oh really?
Yeah, I got worried. I'm like, uh-oh. John, I would definitely read Helter Skelter. I read the excerpt.
Oh, that's good. Helter Skelter's good.
I read Helter Skelter. I would read it, actually. I have a few books written down, and because I wanted to see what everybody thought, but
and what about that? How many people know about that case that we talked about, the Sexton?
Which one?
The house of.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. It's the big tsunami. It's my biggest fear. I think a tsunami just took Jen away. Jen, swim to the top. Swim to the top, Jen. Uh-oh. She'll be back. She'll be back. Let me see. No, I don't know. Somebody was I didn't hear about that. Someone being released from that man. I don't. John, would somebody have been? Oh, Johnson, maybe I don't know. That's crazy though.
That was my fault because I hit leave studio instead of
okay.
instead of getting in the chat.
Got you. I got concerned. I'm like, whoop, that's it. She's gone.
I promise. It's going. The storm's going away, and I will not fat finger another key.
Ed's back. You're lucky, Ed. I was worried. Yeah, I don't know about that. But yeah, Helter Skelter wouldn't. I was highly.
I was
always highly
triggered
interviews because Jesus Almighty, some of the stuff he'd say, like the Diane Sawyer, like just the interviews were like woman when he called one of I think it was Diane, so he calls her woman, or Connie. I don't know. His interviews are just too good. But John McSmith is our Manson expert. He told me a lot. Hi, Psych Guy. Thank you. I know.
John, I am so interested to hear what you have to say about it. That would be great because you know what?
He knows it all. I'm telling you, he taught me a lot about that case that I did not know.
That's awesome because I always wanted to know, like, Brian Wilson, from my understanding, like
he was friends.
He stole one of his songs. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that he stole one of his songs, and I was like, "Ooh, he really did steal a song."
Yeah, like
when you listen to it, you're like, "Oh."
Yeah, Charlie was really thinking he was going to have, I believe, like some type of a music career. Didn't turn out that way.
I
know. If I'm not mistaken, I am right. John didn't he get screwed over? I thought he might have gotten screwed over by Brian Wilson. I could be wrong, but I thought so. I'm not positive, but I thought so. Yeah, Downtown said Sharon Tate's sister has been a force in keeping those women behind bars. Absolutely. In fact, when Quentin Tarantino did what's called Once Upon a Time, and when he just did that movie 2 years ago, he took a spin on the case and made it a case of what if, instead of them all being murdered, the next door neighbor who ended up, it was like Brad Pitt was a star. Brad Pitt might have been like a bodyguard, and I forget who the other guy was, but it ends up being that the tables are turned and they kill Manson's peeps. So it's a very, when I watch it, I'm like, I'm happy I watched, because at first I'm like, ew, I don't want to see a spin on, like, it was already a horrifying thing, but it's gruesome, but it's gruesome meaning that the tables are turned and the things are done to the people that ended up killing, all Sharon and all.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It was an excellent movie, but when they first were making it, Sharon's sisters were petitioning to stop it. So, okay, John said that he stole it. Wilson failed to pay Charlie for it. Okay. I knew there was.
Yeah, I knew that there. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And then Dennis Wilson changed the lyrics. Oh, okay. And it pissed me. Oh, wow. Okay. Huh. That is a good question, Downtown. He said, God only knows if things would have been different if he had been paid. You wonder that.
You do, because
something that simple. If he had been paid, would he have still taken the route that he took? I don't.
He was a product. He was a product of the system. Mm-hmm. And you know what? His life was tragic. I mean, tragic. And you hear, I think John would know this, but in Helter Skelter, I believe they go into, I can't be sure, but I believe they go into his background. Mm-hmm. And like his mother was like a prostitute, and he was. Yeah,
John just said that he basically was. Yeah. His mother sold him for beer. Oh, $5,000.
Yeah, and then he was in and out of juvie.
$5,000 was the amount. So for a lousy $5,000, they didn't give it to him, and then his life went to a whole different place. That's crazy. I might have to read Helter.
It is.
Yeah.
It is very, Helter Skelter is great. You just don't read it at night, because I'm telling you.
I'm going to read it here at night so we can all be scared together.
Oh yeah, because they chant. They talk about them chanting. And I'm like, and when I read it, I was like, what? What are they talking about? What's going on here?
Mm. Oh wait, what it said? It ticks me off that Leslie Van Houten is still in prison. She was gorgeous. She was 19. Didn't she not? I didn't think Leslie killed anybody. Am I wrong, John? Did Leslie kill someone? Why did I think she did? And I could be wrong. Those girls were I was afraid of all of them just because they were called, the family. But I don't know. Susie Atkins was the one that I read, because that's who Kathleen Hootson went in.
Yeah, I read that book. I was just going to say I read Kathleen.
I read it for the group, and I love her. She'd be calling Kathleen a little piggy, and oh God, that was interesting. And that at that jail, because Kathleen, she gave the okay for Kathleen to come every day and interview her. That's where Kathleen also then met Betty Broderick and did the whole. They were going to do a whole full book, and then Betty got mad and wouldn't do it. So Kathleen has it's. I read it. It's short, but it's also interesting. Her interview with Betty Broderick, who just would not, in no way apologetic for what she did, and that's why she'll forever be there.
And we were also talking about that House of Secrets book, the one that happened in my hometown, and I knew all these kids. I knew all the Sexton children. And it's wild. I mean, it goes far and beyond. I mean, it's like, they make the Turpins look normal. I mean, that's how bad they are. I mean, it is just unbelievable.
Oh, okay. Okay. So Leslie mutilated a corpse. She didn't actually murder anyone. Okay. I knew. Okay. So, all right. Thank you on that. And it was at the La Bianca home. It wasn't at the Tate residence. Okay. Thank you on that, downtown. Okay. And Leslie was not Charlie's girlfriend. She was Bobby's. Okay. So did Charlie, let me just ask you this then, John, did Charlie have, because I thought they all kind of took care of Charlie, or was there just one main girl that Charlie called like his girl? Because I know he didn't like Susie, because he told Kathleen he doesn't fuck old women or old ladies or something like that. But Susie was crazy about Charlie, and
Kathleen thinks she was like pure evil.
She was evil, yeah. And John's like, Susie Atkins was witchy as fuck. Yeah, that is the out of all the books and everything Kathleen has done, that was the one interview scared the life out of her, and she told Kathleen something, and Kathleen won't tell anybody that, like, she doesn't know how Susie knew this about Kathleen's life, something that had happened. It's really it's quite bad, and Kathleen left. It's not good. Like, she just said that woman is pure evil.
Yeah, and that's probably what she even said when she was looking into like her face and stuff. She just, she just couldn't take it. She was like, I can't. This woman is just beyond.
Right. It was bad. Charlie hated Susie. Yeah, John. I thought that I didn't think Charlie. From what Kathleen's, when you read her, you could tell like Charlie didn't really have much to say about you, but like Susie had, that was like her claim to fame. She was proud of whether he liked her or not. She just wanted to make sure she was known as part of the Manson family.
Part of the family, yeah. Yes. She wanted to be part of the family,
right? Squeaky.
Yeah,
okay, Squeaky was Charlie's number one. Okay, that's right.
Squeaky. Is it Squeaky Frome? Is that it? Is that?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember talking about her when I was little, and I remember being afraid of the name. Not that I ever knew much about it, but just because he was so crazy in an interview I thought for sure whoever this Squeaky was had to be just crazy, but I don't know if she was pretty or not. Leslie was a beautiful girl, though. I do know that, Edward, because I do remember that. Lynette Frome, okay. What did Ed say? I really need to get up to speed on the whole Manson thing. I don't know much about it. You were 6 when it happened. Yeah, that's why I think I am going to read Helter Skelter, Ed, because I think there's a lot of us. We know bits and pieces of things, and we're all intrigued and interested in it. But I think reading the book would be a pretty good way of.
Yeah, that would be a great one.
Yeah, and we have John, because anything that I don't or I'm confused on when it comes to Manson, like he just rattles it off. He knows it well. So that's another reason I would be comfortable to definitely read it. Wait, what did Kes say? Can we have the Wizard of Oz? Yes.
What did she say? Oh, like I gotta get my glasses because I can't see anything.
You weren't here when the tsunami took you. I was talking about. I said I'm not reading any more children's books like where kids are murdered. Like after One Last Kiss, that was it for me. I said I'll read the Wizard of Oz to y'all before I ever read another kid's book. So Kes just said, "Can we have the Wizard of Oz instead, please?" Oh my God. Wait, what did John say?
Oh my God.
Squeaky did bang everyone else like the other girls. Yeah. Well, it was a big goal.
His nickname.
Commune they were on.
Oh, I mean, it was like one big sex fest farm or something in the middle of the desert. I don't know.
What was the man's name that owned the ranch? Come on. John, what's the old man's name that owned the ranch? Because they would go and service him too. Like he was blind, and they took over that whole ranch. But like they would go and take care of his whatever sexual needs. What the hell was his name, John? The old man, because that is a friggin' twisted part of that whole thing. Is those
what
the young?
What are you talking about? I don't know about this.
Oh, because it was Spahn Ranch. But like Charlie didn't.
Oh, Spahn Ranch.
Charlie didn't own Spahn Ranch, and I can't remember the dude's name. He was still alive, literally, like just in a room in one of the houses on the ranch. Dude was blind by the time he was, at a certain age. But the Manson girls would like go in and like service him. You know what I mean? And it was
oh my God,
twisted old. It was crazy stuff, but. Spahn Ranch. That's maybe the dude's name was. I can't remember his first name, but I know it was crazy. It said, "So you're saying there's hope for me yet, Rose?" Oh God! And if you saw what Spahn looked like, I mean, not an out.
It was like camping.
He was still getting it. He couldn't see. He couldn't see in front of him. I mean, it could have been, anything screwing him. It could have been a sex doll. He didn't know. He couldn't see. But hell yeah, they still maintained. They still took care of that. But don't. And other than that, they fully took over the entire ranch. He might have been like a set, I don't know, was he a stunt man? He was something within the industry.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes. There was something about a stunt man. Yeah.
I thought, he was a stunt dude. And so, I also think that there might have been some, maybe then we're becoming friends with him. Maybe it'll get, Manson into the door of some, I don't know, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
I really,
yeah.
He didn't kill Manson?
Yeah.
Like, we all got to remember, no, he didn't kill anyone. He didn't. He was a very good motivational speaker. We're going to leave it at that, okay? He could say things in a certain way, and these girls and whoever else would pretty much walk away slightly catatonic and just do whatever they felt they needed to do. Whatever they thought.
Oh, I know.
Maybe not even he was telling them. Whatever they might have even delusionally thought he was telling them to do, they did everything to please him.
Right.
But let's, also, they were also pretty much all the time in some sort of drug-induced altered state.
Oh, yeah.
So,
they were all like,
can't leave that out.
Oh, so we have to get back to Coburg.
Yeah. Oh, wait, what did Downtown said? I don't know the Wicked Witch of the West. Me too. Downtown, when I made the video with my Barbie dolls, I wanted to just show everybody the Wizard of Oz once, and somebody was like, that damn witch still scares me. She still scares me today.
Oh, yeah.
I forget her name, the actress that played her. She was one scary looking broad. I'm afraid of her. I can't think of Wendy. Let's not talk about the flying monkeys, okay? Because that's when I would cry every year when they would show the damn movie. I loved it, but every year, like clockwork, my mother, I'd be waiting because I knew when the monkeys would fly, you would start bawling like I was making you watch a horror movie, and then they'd be gone, and you'd be crying again. But I was scared shitless of those stupid. They had scary faces. Not only were they flying, but they had those creepy, smiley, scary effing faces. So I'm happy I'm not the one who's still afraid of not only the witch, but the goddamn monkeys. Cass said, remember, we have another creator here that has a cult following. Cass, I love you. Cass, I'm telling you, when Diane's, I think it wasn't Connie Chung. I think it was Diane Sawyer. She said, for how weird he got and passionate with what he was yelling at, she's like, there was something about him that made me want him to keep talking. That's crazy. That's Diane Sawyer, okay? She's the most legit you're gonna get when you think of female medias and interviews. She's not embarrassed. It's not that in any way, shape, or form was she attracted to him, but the way he spoke, certain things he said, unless he would start talking in that gibberish, she's like, I wanted him to keep talking. Whether it was just because you were just so in awe that someone could be this insane, or some of the stuff he would go from saying some real whack things to some of the stuff really truly did just make perfect sense. He wasn't dumb. So yeah, I
and that I know he mixed in word salad.
I'm with you, Diane. I get it. Oh yeah, John made me watch because I forgot there was a Tom Snyder interview is fantastic with Manson. You have to watch it. No lie. I swear to God, at one point, it's like Tom Snyder's looking at the camera, almost ready to say, can someone help? Like he starts to sweat. John, really? Made Snyder sweat. Dude, God.
I gotta look at that. I gotta write this down and look at that.
Comedic relief. I swear to God. Tom had a change that night. Oh yeah, he was scared. He was, John, I'm so happy you reminded me of that. That's a great one because, Diane Sawyer didn't get that scared. Yes, Tom Snyder did. He was shitting his.
Oh my God.
He was shitting his.
I don't know who he is. Who is he? I'm not sure who that is.
Tom, he's tall, lanky, gray hair. I don't know if he still has a show and does interviews. But he was like a Geraldo, he did shows and interviews like a Geraldo type guy. He did it, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it might have been at night where he did the Tom Snyder something. I don't know if he still does anything now, but that's a great one to watch. Oh wait, and okay. And John said, and that's when Manson was in the nut ward. He wasn't even in the prison yet, so he was in the psych ward. Oh, even better.
Oh my gosh.
You have to watch out for narcissistic flying monkeys. Downtown.
Flying monkeys. Oh my God. That's great because
Tomorrow Show. That's Tom Snyder's show. Tomorrow Show, it's called, Jennifer. That's what Tom Snyder was on. It was called The Tomorrow Show. Thank you, John, because I couldn't remember.
Oh, The Tomorrow Show. I'm gonna have to look at that because that's really crazy when you make it finish. Snyder's
dead. Thank you. See, John, you're on top of it. Tom Snyder's
He knows everything about that.
He
knows everything.
He knows Charlie. I'm telling you, No, if John writes a book, it'll be like, I know, no one knows Charlie like I know Charlie without meeting Charlie.
I know Charlie.
Charlie, we never met, but he knows a lot about it. And I think that was a live. YouTube crashed. Now, John was on panel with me. YouTube crashed. The chat went down. John and I, it was like 10 in the morning, and we were like, all right, let's go to bed. Like, it was like a 13-hour live because he starts talking. And it's just me and him then. The chat was gone then because YouTube had crashed. I'm like, keep talking, John, because I was like in awe of it all. It was insanity, but like just such interesting stuff. And then
you can't. It is so interesting.
We were talking about NK too, but I have that on private because it's like, by 8-9 o'clock, we were wacky, but it was a very enjoyable, one of my best lives ever.
You're like, I learned everything.
I remember like comments like, geez, when it went down, we thought you would, maybe come back with like a different link to go back live again. I'm like, I couldn't. I was very busy talking alone to John. I couldn't. I had 4 hours alone talking about Manson, worried about you people, and another live. It was a good night.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, it's like that.
It is crazy.
He had some very, very persuasive techniques.
Yes. Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. It's a very good way of putting it. There's certain people that no matter how whack their whole story is, you're still like, keep talking. I'm here. I'm still listening until you get real weird.
Right.
But he never got real weird, and he never, it was like, if you start talking weird about raping women, or you're going to talk about children, I'm changing the channel. But he never went down that road. So I remember any interview he would be on, I would be like, I got to watch it. My mother didn't like it because one interview, I can't remember who it was, but like he just started rattling off, making all these like weird expressions and not even talk, like it sounded like he was speaking tongues. He wasn't, but it freaked the shit out of me. And I remember my mother was in the other room. She's like, change that channel. And
I know. Yeah. You're like, I don't want to listen to him. I don't want to listen to him.
I don't remember who the hell it was, but that was the scary side of him. But I was just like, come on, it'll pass. Hang on, give him a minute. He's having a moment.
I don't even know how they ever let him out of Looney Bin.
Yeah. Well,
I'm surprised they didn't just like lock him in a straight and pack it forever.
Oh, John. Okay, so I didn't realize it when you say it that way. So 3 months between the murders and Manson's arrest. Oof, LA was in fear. I could imagine. So for 3 months,
I would be too.
No idea. Ooh, yuck.
And wasn't it even Sharon Tate was she even the target, or didn't he think that somebody else was there?
It was, yeah, he didn't, yeah, I don't think it was like a target on Sharon Tate, because he was making people drop off music to that house because he thought that it was like still the home of, I want to say, whether it was a music producer or whoever Brian Wilson said he was going to give the music to. Yeah, I don't believe he was going there for knowing that it was Roman Polanski and Sharon Tate, if I'm not mistaken, right, John? What did John say? Steve McQueen, Frank Sinatra, they wouldn't even go to LA. Yeah, that is one thing. Yeah, John, you did tell me that night. That's how much LA was in fear of like, who the hell did that? Yeah, that's because when you said, I'm like, Frank Sinatra, yeah, they would not, they didn't want to go anywhere near LA. That is a crazy, when you think of it that way, Jesus. Kez goes, John, give it a hint. Were you there? Spahn Ranch, I think you could still like go
John.
John. I think
they have it. You can still go there.
I think they do like horse ride. Like you can go there and like ride horses or something. It's not. I mean, I forget how it, like what it is, but I thought I don't know if it still is, but I thought so. Yeah, Kaz, my mother loved Steve McQueen. You said I love that, makes me think of her.
How did they come up with Spahn Ranch?
Spahn Ranch, John, can you still go there, or is that totally closed off? I don't know why.
I mean,
you could.
I mean, Spahn Ranch, that makes me think like Spawn of Satan Ranch, or, you know what I mean? Like, it was like the perfect name.
It's horrifying. Spahn Ranch is a state. Oh, wow. It's a state park now. Wasn't that lovely?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. It's a state park.
Well, shit, they should have done that to the Watts house. They should have just leveled it.
Yeah.
And got rid of the evil that was in there. What the heck? Whatever was in there, because
well, it was.
I mean, I would need like. They wouldn't. Yeah, I'd need like 30 priests to.
There was no evil going on at Spahn Ranch. If you ask those girls, it was a lot of love, a lot of drugs, and
a lot of drugs,
a lot of love. All right. It was a movie set. Yes, it was. That's right, John. It's all coming back to me. We are gonna have to just do a live on nothing but Manson, Helter Skelter, John Ranch, and John. I know you will come on panel because you are good with.
Yeah, you are.
Oh my God, downtown is so funny. So on one of my lives, oh my God, I get a call, and I can't even remember what my account. Something happened with my credit card. I can't even remember what. So I thought I was on mute. I wasn't. There I am spewing off my credit card information on the phone to my bank, which calls me. Then I look and check. They're like, "Shit, you didn't put it on mute. Cancel your card." I'm like, "Hang on, guys. Hang on." Then I mute. I call back. I go, "Hi, yeah. Can we send another card out? Can you send another card out?" Yeah, because I just let YouTube know my everything.
Everybody.
They know it all.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that was
they know it all.
When I looked at the chat, I'm like, everybody's writing in caps. I'm thinking, what's ever pissed off? I'm like, what? Yeah, everybody was writing in caps because they're like, you're not on mute. We know your credit card. And it was like,
oh, that's terrible, though.
Very calm. I'm like, guys, can you hang on a minute? Just hang on 1 minute. I'll give a quick call back to M&T. Hang on.
Oh.
Yeah, but it was yeah. Oh, that was a good day. That was a good day. Yeah, instead of mute, I think I turned up the volume on my mic. Oh God, what does John say? Listen to Manson sing "Invisible Tears." It'll blow your mind. Oh God, really? You wonder?
Yeah, I mean, some of his music I heard was interesting, good.
John's a good singer.
He could have gone somewhere.
Really good live where John was playing guitar and singing. And you know who else is a good musician is what the hell? It's Aura's fiance. Oh God, what's his first name? Daniel?
Daniel? Yeah, Daniel. Yeah.
Yeah, he was playing. I forget what. Does he play a trumpet? Is it a trumpet? I can't. He was playing something, but John.
No, I think he plays.
What was he playing? What is it?
Huh.
And John.
I think Aura plays the trumpet.
Somebody was playing. He was playing some Daniel really good, and then John was good acoustic singing like they were.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Live. That was that was really good. John is very, musically inclined. Daniel was really good too. That was a really good live. Now that I think about it, we were on for hours just because they kept just random songs that people wanted to hear. Like John could just play it off. He was so good.
Wow, John, that's awesome.
John said that was right before the nervous breakdown.
He's like, I don't remember the keys anymore. We're just
what song?
Disregard.
Did I really know that? You did. That was right before. Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Oh, John, no, so good. It's up. I'll send you the link. You could reacquaint yourself with the guitar and the songs because I would like another night. I went into the psych ward a few days later. I love you, John.
Poor John. He's like, yeah, that was before the nervous breakdown. We're good.
It was such a good. He's only because when you don't know someone is musically inclined, right? I love music, musicians, all that. I'm so impressed by it. It's like I meet like if it was somebody into politics and they meet the president, that's how I am by anybody that immediately can play an instrument, or when they sing, it sounds so good. You're not horrified, like it really sounds good. Like I'm just in awe of it. And when like John, I never knew, like John's all into music. He came to my channel because it's all Michael Hutchins in the beginning, and he loves In Excess too. But I didn't know he was a musician. So like when you hear somebody sing, I'm beyond impressed. Regardless of
my daughter did
down, and then went and robbed a Turkey Hill. I'd be like, that boy could sing. I'm impressed by it's the little things. Yeah, Jody, that was the movie.
Well,
A Time in Hollywood. That's the movie that I was just talking about, because I said Sharon Tate's sister, the family was against it. They did not want it. And I was creeped out. I'm like, ew, who wants to? I don't want to watch a movie like, what spin is Tarantino putting on the way it ends? But it was the way he did it. It was good, because it was almost like revenge, like this, like you felt, even though it didn't happen, it was like it felt good, like, because it was ass kissing, very violent. The ending is hard. Don't watch it if you don't. I mean, it was horrifyingly violent, but it was everything that those should have deserved for what they put those poor people through. So yeah, I thought it was a great movie.
Yeah.
That's why I play guitar to get.
What do you think?
My 20s, every dude I went out with, was a musician, and you think you learn because there's such not all of them, but chicks dig musicians. So unless you go to every gig, it's exhausting. You can't keep up with it. You can't. I love Tarantino. Doxy, I know, he's a ton of great movies. I just wasn't sure about that one, but he didn't let us down, and I'm pretty sure. I think it was Brad Pitt. It might have been the movie, but they did pretty well when it came time to Emmys. I do remember that. Yeah, no, you spelled his name right. You did. They're twisted movies, yeah. Like Pulp Fiction, when that came out, we were all blown away. First of all, I felt like it was I felt like I was in that theater for like all day. It might have been like 2.5, 3 hours. It's a long movie, but it's so good. And it's so twisted and weird.
Yeah, and you can't stop watching it.
You can't look away. I mean,
you have to know what's going to happen next. And then you've got Samuel L. Jackson, Bruce Willis. I'm like, what?
Samuel Jackson and John Travolta together. They just were so good together in that.
I know.
That is probably one of my favorite Tarantino's. But he has he's got a unique style.
He's very.
Don't even have to know that it's him, and then you'll watch the movie and you'll be like, "This is Tarantino-esque."
It's got to be Tarantino, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I watched From Dusk Till Dawn, and we were over at a friend's house, and I didn't know what it was about. I had no idea. So they put this movie in, and George Clooney was in it, and I'm watching this movie. I never expected Selma Hayek to turn into some type of zombie snake. I was like, what?
Selma's in it. She's hot to trot it, isn't she?
My gosh, that's my husband's dream. That's my husband. Yeah, that's his crush. That's his total crush.
Well, then I'm sure he loved it.
Oh yeah, he loves anything with Selma Hayek. That has been his crush forever. Like forever. He's like, Selma Hayek, that's my dream.
Yeah. And that's one of he's done so many movies. That might be one that I was a little bit let down, and maybe I just because it wasn't my thing. But he always casts really well. You don't you'll look back and be like, wow, you wouldn't think those two would be good together, and yet it was fabulous. Like
it was, yeah.
His movies.
Yeah, definitely.
It was unexpected, and it was stupid hilarious. Ed said every time he thinks of Tarantino, he thinks of John Travolta shooting Marvin in the face. That was a crazy scene, though.
Oh,
None of us could forget it. Harvey Keitel is so great in it too. He reminds me of my dad too. Not that my dad is a hitman, but everything is just so matter of fact. This is what you're gonna do. Now you got to go clean all that blood off, like just so matter of fact. Nobody's getting. Now he's a different person, but at the time it was like he always reminded me. And my dad, like, don't sweat it. We'll figure it out. Harvey Keitel was fabulous in it. There's a lot of good people, actually, when you think of that movie. And most of Tarantino movies, if he asks an actor to be in it, they're more than happy to do it. Because he's just, people do want to see his stuff. Because he's weird. 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 What is it? Let's see. You're talking about My Hero Me. Oh, wait. I might have missed it. Hang on here.
Oh, do you want us to get started on Covert?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to find it. Oh, she's going to find the movie and watch it. You never heard of it? Yeah, no. I mean, there's so many Tarantino movies.
You never heard of it?
I haven't seen a ton of them, but yeah, that's definitely, if that's one of them to watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Pulp Fiction. The other one that I thought was, I don't remember. I watched it, I mean, this is so long ago, but it was like something called Four Rooms, I believe. It wasn't one of his popular ones, but I liked it. I don't know why I liked it. I just remember liking
it. He does put out weird good stuff. Reservoir Dogs is fantastic. He did
that one? I didn't know that.
I love weird. I love weird too, Doxy. The weirder, the better. That's why we're all here right now. We all like a little bit.
Oh yeah, we're all true crimers because we're like, give us some weird stuff.
Jody, crazy twisted. That's right, Jody. I love the ending of that movie because it is violent, but it's twisted in a way where you're like, God damn it, yes, thank you. Those people should all be alive, and they're all dead. So vengeful on what really should have happened. I loved the ending, and I hate violence, but I was pumped up. It was over. I was like, I would feel like fighting somebody right now. Not that I would, but you know what I mean? Like, it got you. I was motivated.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Damn, I'm thinking, I hope the family sees this now and realizes like he did it in a way to maybe just, not that it helps in any way, but just to show it in a different light. And he got those efforts that we, tables were turned.
Yeah, like they got vigilante justice type thing.
Right. Oh, that's it, Wendy. Natural born killers. And woo! I love me some crazy Woody Harrelson, and him and Juliette Lewis and that together. It was seriously one of my favorites because the loonier the better, and you can't get much crazier. That's a great one. That's another great one. What happened, Wendy's Natural Born Killers came out when I was expecting my first daughter and had her name picked as Mallory, and I almost changed her name because it's a fucking crazy ass movie, but it's so good. Come on, it is so. I love the name Mallory. I'm happy. I love that name. Doxy said, "Yeah, I wondered if
I do too."
I know. Oh wait, hang on. Let me. My son's texting. Let me just tell him I'm on a live show because he's in Indianapolis now working for the summer, so I don't get to see him.
Isn't it? Aren't you like, hard?
It's the worst. But he's loving.
Yeah, we have empty nesting syndrome, so
I don't. It's a terrible feeling, because he won't be back till the end of August, beginning into September. So yeah, I'm feeling it. Mallory was.
Did you tell him that he has to find a permanent job like close enough to you that not in Indianapolis?
I know it's terrible because he loves the company, but they're nationwide. So, headquarters is Arizona. They're all over, but he's seen so much. He's been to great. Hi, Pink. Pink, I miss you. Where the hell have you been? I miss you. Pink has a great channel, but she got sick of a lot of bullshit too. So I don't blame you when sometimes you need a break. But I love Pink. Pink, you're a doll baby. I'm so happy just to see you here. We're just talking about weirdos.
Oh, Jody said, no way. Yeah, Jody's like, I do not watch blood and gore. No way. You know what mine is? We were just talking about that, Rose, the other day. Remember when we were talking about, I was like, no possession, Ouija board, anything like that is a hard no for me.
No, I know. I think it was as a child because my mother, I have never watched The Exorcist because my mother wouldn't. She's like,
Ugh.
You never watch anything that has to do with the Catholic Church. And so she had me shit scared about that. And then our home was, my parents bought from an old Italian couple, but up in the attic was a Ouija board. And me and my cousins found it downstairs. You would have swore my hands were on fire when I showed it to my mother. But she, you know what?
I bet, yeah.
She just took it. She just took it and like threw it. And then I remember the movie Witchboard, and I'm like, we should have burned it. And she's like, no, that's not. You just you get rid of it. You don't play with them. I swear to God, still to this day, I'm like, any shit that happens in my life, I'd be like, it's the damn Ouija board. We didn't burn it. My mother
threw it. We didn't burn it. We didn't burn it.
I had touched it. She threw it. Yeah. Everything. I'm not burning that effing Ouija board.
Oh, yeah, definitely, because it's like I watched I watched The Exorcism of Emily Rose. I didn't even know what it is. My husband put it in. It was back in the day when you could rent DVDs. You know, now you things have changed. Yeah, but it was like, oh my, that movie. Oh, she did the backward spider crawl, and her eyes were real big. She was the I don't know what her name was, but she played Dexter's sister in that series, Dexter. That was his sister, if you ever saw that. She's the one who played in The Exorcism, of Emily Rose. Yeah, it freaked me out. It was so bad. I was just like, I can't even believe and then you can't stop watching it.
Go ahead, Kez. Kez has to get ready to go out. Catch you later. Okay, thank you so much, Dolly. I'll see you soon. Thank you, hon.
Thanks, Kez. Talk to you later. Good seeing you.
Ed's mother forbid him from watching The Exorcist. She didn't. Ed, see me? Exactly. You don't even go there.
Yeah, no.
Don't.
I wasn't allowed to watch Poltergeist.
Poltergeist was scary, but I did watch that.
Now see, I wasn't allowed to. I mean, my mom was like, that was a hard no. No. No Poltergeist, nothing that, she was very particular about that, like what I watched. But she basically said I had to be that way because she said I was scared of like some of the nursery rhymes, like the Big Bad Wolf.
Oh my God.
I couldn't sleep.
Oh my God. Wait. You know, Ed, why am I thinking that you're right in something like Linda Blair, I believe she had spoke of after that movie. She wasn't right for a while. It's not folklore.
There's some stuff that, you're right. It was,
it wasn't like, she'll talk about it. And I can't remember whether it was that she just said she didn't take, work for a while, or it was like she became a recluse, but she does talk about it just not being right and really having to decompress from that whole. I mean, that would.
There was some weird stuff that I think happened on the set. I don't know. And I don't know what it was, but I remember reading or somebody did, I don't know, documentary on it. It was like, it was basically about all the strange happenings that happened during that movie. And it is based on a true story. And the child who that happened to, I thought, it's well documented in the Catholic Church. I mean, we're talking.
Oh, she was only 12. She was young. Yes, she was young, Doxy, when it happened. Wait, why am I giggling though? Pink, this is why I love you. Pink is like, I laughed throughout the entire movie, The Exorcist, at the theater. Is that wrong? No, it's not wrong, Pink. And that's why I love you. I would love to see the other people in the movie theater. Like, were they side-eyeing ya? Were they like, oh, we got our live one here? Oh my God.
They're like, get the priest. We got one down here.
Oh boy, we got a problem. My boyfriend literally had to keep his hands over my mouth. Pink, what part was so funny? The whole thing? Like, was it that you look at it like, these are really bad, like the effects, like it, today horror movies and what they can make look real looks awful real. When you look back at those older ones, you're like, God, that looks so damn fake. Like, maybe is that why you laugh, Pink? I'm trying to find a normal way out of this for you. Right, Pink? Is that what it was? That the side effects look so stupid. I know, Pink. Otherwise, I know you wouldn't laugh. Daxie laughs too. You guys are my people. And Daxie goes, grown men were running out of the theater. Why? It was funny. Daxie, I need to go see him.
That is so funny.
Oh my God. And
wow.
Said he still doesn't understand how they made her head go right in a circle. I think they used a fake doll. No, Ed, that's why she couldn't work for a while. They broke her neck. They really made her head go in a circle. Ed, yeah, it was so stupid, that part. That part was stupid. I think that part, it was goofy. The green stuff out of her mouth. I thought that was goofy. But then there were other weird things, like when there's the priest and falling down the steps. Those are the things that freaked the shit out of me when I was older. I never watched it in full. Never. I won't. But the green stuff, I'm sure in watching it in a whole movie, it would have freaked people out. But just seeing the bits and pieces of certain things is like, God, those effects suck compared to what we have nowadays. But I like the fact that Doxy's like grown men were running out of the theater. Meanwhile, she's hysterical, laughing, and so is Pink. Pink still doesn't know why she laughed. It was goofy. Oh my God. Oh God, this is so good. I think the things that happens off screen is the things that happen off the screen were probably scary. Yeah. When she so Pink, I think that as a child, that is the part we slept at my cousin's and they have like the older sister had it on, and I remember looking in the TV room, and that's what part was on, was crawling upside this, but down the stairs, and that scared the living shit out of me. Now I was a kid. All right, but to this day, right now, I don't like it. I'm upstairs. It's dark. I don't like it. That part scared me.
Oh, yeah.
I think that happened. Yeah.
I didn't realize. I was very young when that movie came out. You were too. But, people have they've kept watching it over the years. Mm. But I think it's interesting that the child that actually happened to was a boy. He doesn't remember any of it, and he works for NASA now.
He doesn't remember any of it? Wow.
No, and don't completely quote me on this.
Thank God he doesn't, but wow.
Yeah, his aunt had brought a Ouija board to the house. She was staying there for like a vacation to come see her sister and her nephew. And like 2 days after she got there, she was killed in a tragic train crash.
Jesus.
And that's when things started. They had been playing the Ouija board every night, and his family didn't even know that he had been playing with it. The aunt brought it.
Wow,
and
I knew this.
Yes, and then that's when the freaky things started happening to him, and he doesn't. It was like real. I mean, obviously they sensationalized the movie, but let's put it this way. It was enough stuff that, it was very scary for the family. Mm. The boy does not remember it. And now all I know is that his name is Michael, and he works for NASA. I think they did really good at protecting his identity, just because.
Right. Well,
I'm sure that people would be bugging him left and right. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
And they have to document all that stuff in the church. I mean,
right.
You can't get away with. Yeah, I mean, it was well documented.
It takes a lot to
and
have the church agree that there is something that is,
Oh yeah, and it was so bad. Like, it didn't take like one priest. It was like numerous, and it was crazy.
We had that here, right in my town. The Smurl family had an actual demon. Ed and Lorraine Warren. I don't know if you know Ed and Lorraine Warren. They were like the demonologists.
Yes.
They came to
demonologists.
Town. They came to town. They stayed with the Smurls in their home, and it was such a strong presence that Ed Warren went to the Scranton diocese, and 5 priests did an exorcist in that home. That was
wow.
In 1986.
I don't know exactly how you become a demonologist, but there is a show on TV where I don't remember what it is, because there's one that's like ghost hunters or something like that, where they go into the house. I mean, it's so ridiculous because in all this time they've never caught a ghost. They thought caught what they thought it was, and I was just crazy. But anyways, there's another one that was like, this guy was like, I'm Zach and I'm a demonologist. Anybody know what show I'm talking about? Anyways, the guy, I'm like, what? Yeah, there's a show like that. I can't remember what it is, because I know there's ghost hunters, and then I don't remember what it was called, but I just remember thinking, can you imagine? I mean, honestly, seriously, like who wakes up and goes, I think what do I want to do with my life? Demonology.
I know. And to meet Lorraine, because she had the gift of being clairvoyant, and Ed.
Oh yeah.
Ed took it, the religious aspect of it, and wow. I mean, their son, they passed away, but the son-in-law continues the legacy. He continues every week, every Friday, doing the same thing that Ed did. The priest comes to their home every Friday and blesses that room where all of those artifacts are that they take from these homes that are possessed or whatever.
Boy.
They still to this day does it. And the son-in-law does a show. He does specials and he keeps it going. Now their daughter wants nothing to do with it. She does nothing with it. She does have the gift. She does absolutely nothing with it. Yeah, she doesn't want, because what she saw growing up and what her mother went through after the Amityville home, and wouldn't leave her room for almost a month.
Is that right?
Yes, that was the worst worst whatever it was she had ever dealt with, and it was almost a month. Literally didn't leave her room, brought her meals to the room. She didn't speak. She didn't speak. She was nonverbal. And the daughter said, like, I'll never forget how bad it was. And but the son's name is Tony. He's wonderful. He's kind of just like Ed, and he's very respectful about the process and what their legacy is. It's just to keep it in a respectful, not a weird kitschy way. I really like them a lot. So, but the town in 1986 that no one knew who the Smurls were until their biggie was when the Conjuring happened, and then you wanted to know who these people were, and they're like phenomenal, just phenomenal. Yeah,
it's interesting to me. It's interesting to me that I was raised like Baptist and Catholic. My mom was Baptist, my dad was Catholic, so I would go to I went to more church as a kid than anybody. I went to CCD on Saturday, Baptist church on Sunday. And I always found it interesting that, all throughout the Bible, we know that there was demon possession and stuff like that going on. Yeah. But it's crazy because if you went to a Baptist preacher and said, hey, I think I have something in my house, it's doing this, it's doing that, it's terrible, I don't know what to do. They will tell you to call a Catholic priest. I'm like, why? They don't they don't get involved in any of that. And I'm like, well, obviously, it happens and things. What?
They tried on their own at first to just go to their priest, which is my church. You're not getting anywhere. You're not telling any local priest, can you come over? We've got a demon. We've got a demon that had sex with me last night. Like it had there is a movie, and I think it might be called the Smurl Haunting, but like the one part is
what was the name?
It's their family name, Smurl, Smurl. And at one part,
I'll have to look at that.
Moving in because they move into the home, like this demon like has sex with the husband on the. It's hard. It's really, really scary. One daughter was my age, one was a little bit younger, but they went to a different school. But like those poor girls, when this all happened, we're talking every news outlet, and the home is in a little alley. You could not even get anywhere near it. CNN, ABC, NBC, CBS, like the town was lit up major.
Wow.
Because not only in the rain in town, but Ed Warren had 5 priests come to this possessed home. It was major, and it is something definitely to look into, because I still can't even to this day. I would, a few years ago when Nico would still want to go see it. They have since moved, but it's you go by it and it's a creepy house. It's just a creepy house. People moved in, nothing's there, never had anything. Smurls will tell you the home they moved from, when they then came to this house, weird stuff had happened at the previous house. And Ed told them it's not the house. It's you guys. It's with you. You can move 10 more.
Wow.
It doesn't matter where you move. It moves with you. That scared the shit out of me, that part. But
what? Really?
Yeah. Yep. They lit.
Oh, no.
The point was they wanted. There is even on YouTube, if you look it up, there is a part of it taped. They are at the table doing homework with the kids, and Ed and Lorraine are there filming it, and they're asking the damn one little girl's trying to do her homework, and it keeps literally lifting her chair up and pushing it out. It keeps doing it, and the mom keeps pushing the chair back in, and it keeps moving around. She's just trying to do her homework. And Ed starts asking the questions, but who does it want to get rid of? And then it says the wife, and this fucking thing bangs. It wanted the wife gone. And they said to Ed, it's going to follow you because it wants you. That is
wow.
It's got to still be on YouTube. Nico couldn't stop watching it. It is beyond frightening. Like, they show you there's nothing behind. This is her. This is the chair. There's nothing here. Let's see if it's going to do it. I am going to turn the camera on now. A lot of times maybe nothing will happen. It kept literally, the chair just kept she's in it. It just keeps pushing the chair out. It's insane. Scare the shit out of you. And when it does let you know, like, if I want the mother dead, oh my God, that was it for me. And this was after the fact that, The Exorcist was done, and thank God. But to see what they went through is horrifying. Horrifying. She was in the basement when they first moved there, and a voice is calling her. It's a double block house. Now, the mother had her mother and father move with them to the home next door. It's a double block. The voice sounded like her mother calling her up the stairs. And she gets to the top of the stairs, and no one's there. And then she goes over and knocks on her mom's door, and she said, were you just in the kitchen? I was in the basement doing laundry. She said, no. She said, okay. You were calling me. And she said, no, I wasn't calling you. No, I wasn't. That already, scared the shit out of you. There's a spot on the wall that this woman scrubbed and painted 3 or 4 times, and it kept coming back like a black figure spot, whatever it was. The woman was like it was trying to, from what you could see, it was trying to make her lose her mind. Basically, it was doing anything in its power to make this poor mother lose her effing mind, because it would, especially when the kids were off to school and he'd go to work. This thing drove her nuts. She was at one point begging him, we have to leave this house. I can't be in here anymore. And that's when they called Ed and Lorraine, and when they came and they saw it, and they said, you can move 1,000 times, it will move with you. We need to get priests in here. And they said, our priest said no. And then Ed said, I'm going to the diocese, and our Scranton diocese is horrifying. They're rough, they're terrible. They're part of the whole thing that happened where all those boys were found to be molested by all these Catholic priests, and the Scranton diocese, a few of our priests are part of that whole group. But he went up there and he showed them what he had and told them what was going on. And 5 priests within 2 days, I believe, were in that house, and the Exorcist was done. So it's something to look into for sure. Oh, wait, when Doxy said, the people who see them and are affected by them are psychic and they don't even know it. Yeah, I'm going to sleep with, and I know I don't like anything with the Catholic Church. I was so afraid after that. Ugh. Why do I have a recording of a mouse spirit? Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Yeah, it was a force like, ugh. Oh, my God. What? Pink, stop it. Oh, my God. For God's sakes, Pink. That is the most frightening thing I've ever heard. Jesus. See, that is, so it's not uncommon for them to molest a sexual essay, their whoever they set their sights on. The Smurls never ever did the husband ever feel he was in any type of harm. They never tried to do anything to frighten him. Now, I feel a little scared if I realized that it wasn't my wife and it's a demon that, I'm doing. But other than that, yeah, no, they wanted him. They just didn't want. I would 100% Pink anytime. That's unbelievable to me. It's frightening as hell, but it's real. People don't like these Smurls. People, until the priests came, like, people were calling them crazy. The poor girls were being tortured at school, made fun of. They weren't sleeping at night because of the shit that's going on in their house. You don't know the torture that is out there, and it's real. We do walk among some actual demons. Anytime I would really be so interested in hearing it, Pink, because it was it's the horrible experience, terrifying, but you're here today to talk about it. Sometimes if it's just one person that's had something like that happen to, and to hear maybe the way you did come out of it, I would appreciate anything. And then anytime you tell me. My email is on my about. It's curiousrose87@gmail.com. I would love to do that anytime. Yeah.
I definitely would love to hear about that too, because that's really interesting.
Yeah, he is describing it the exact way that the Smurl husband said it, because it was the force of this being on him, literally on top of him, like he felt it and could feel like intercourse. It's insane to even think that, but that's exactly what it was. It's for Pink to say the same thing, man. Jesus almighty. It's oh God. There is more than just us here. That's for damn sure. Tracy said, I'm heading to bed. I'm sleeping with the other eye open. Oh my God, Tracy, I love you. Well, we'll be here for a little bit. If you want to, if you get scared, we're going to talk. We're going to finish up with Kohlberg, and then we're going to do the Newlywed Game. So if you need to laugh, give us about 20 minutes, and we'll be here.
We'll do it.
God bless you. I love you.
I do think that there was some. I really do believe that there was some evil stuff that went on in the Watts case. I think that. I do think that.
I know.
I just think that.
After seeing the movie The Shining, I wouldn't. That is so weird. You're just saying about The Shining and the twins, because like every now and then, like this was might have been People magazine. It's what are they doing now, and it's the twins from The Shining. They were ugly little girls, and oh, God bless them. They're not much cuter now, but I forget what the hell they do. I don't know if one is I can't remember if one's a whatever it was, but I was shit scared. I mean, most of my childhood, I was afraid of any twins, any set of twins. They were evil. Everybody was evil. I was just waiting for every set of twins to say, Danny, come play with us. Those evil little fucking girls in those ugly dresses.
Oh, that was terrible. That was so scary.
Poor Danny. Doxy said me too with Jennifer, and that's why I could never stop watching Watts. I know. I think we all because of just how horrifying everything happened there, that we try to make sense of it and say something in that house happened, unholy.
Unholy and very, very bizarre. Not something you're going to see every day. It's just not. It's just
no. It's not.
There's something weird there.
You're gonna make. You can't. There's nothing you can make. There's no making sense of it. There's no rhyme or reason. Like we just. It's a but whatever. If it's a portal, it's a demon. Whatever the hell it is. It's weird that just the majority of us do look at it and say, no, there is something bad that attached to that home. That the husband, someone, whatever, I couldn't even visit it. I wouldn't even walk on the sidewalk. I couldn't. Molson had gone a couple times. I'm like, you're mighty, daring. He's like, no, we didn't go in. I'm like, no, I wouldn't even go on the sidewalk. Molson and his wife went definitely at least twice.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that you went there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The first time, I think, they might have just went themselves, but then the second time it was a meet and greet, and I forget who he met at the meet and greet. It was YouTube, a few YouTube creators. I can't remember who, but yeah, they went a couple times.
I remember that when they were all going to have. I remember there was going to be like a meet and greet.
Yeah,
I think. That,
yeah.
I remember that.
Him and Jessica went.
Well, I got freaked out, with the Watts. I got freaked out when the police were going through the house when it was dark like that, and they were yelling, I was like, and I really do truly think that a couple of those officers were freaked out too. They looked like it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
When they were going through there, like this one officer he kept pointing his light and he kept turning it on and off like he saw something. But he couldn't figure out what it was.
That's the night I made her put that video on. That's the September 19th.
Yeah.
That's horrifying. The cop was shitting it. That's Coonrod. He was literally pooping his pants. There's something in that effing kitchen. It's at the table. I know. It's literally at the table. You're watching it happen. He's alone there, probably thinking, I'm going to stay by the door. I'll guard the door, not realizing, he saw the worst of it all is what started in the roof, the ceiling in that dining room, that purple, and then moved its way. But it was literally, there is something sitting on that chair. I can't watch it anymore. I won't. The last time I watched is when I made R play, only because R was like, didn't believe it. I'm like, put it on now. And she played it on her live. And she was like, what is that? I'm like, I don't know. Just wait. And then when you see Coonrod, his gun, it's cocked and ready. Like, okay, yes, there's something there. He's shitting his pants and his gun is aimed right at whatever that apparition is that we all see. I hate that. Yeah. I don't watch it anymore. I don't watch it anymore. It's real. It's frightening.
I wonder what the police officer who was watching that house thought when all the lights went on, because he documented, like you said, he documented it.
Oh, the first night when they were missing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because he said every light was on, and they documented as simultaneously all lights in the house turned on at, and they have the time document. I can't remember now, but I wonder what that. Yeah, because Chris Watts couldn't turn all the lights on at the same time. And it's
I know
that, because he even say he woke up and all the lights were on and he couldn't sleep there again. But I don't know.
It was really unusual or bizarre. I mean, there's so many questions left that
weird. Yeah,
you know, it just is. And we were talking about some of them.
No.
Remember, we were talking about some of them. What was some of the one?
Ed asked about officers. The Baumhover wouldn't leave the tanks the night when they found out the girls were in those tanks, but they had to wait till the next day to empty them. It was Detective Baumhover who stayed there all night in his car because he said he couldn't. Oh, I could cry. He couldn't leave the girls alone in the tanks. So that's who.
Oh, I know.
That's who it was. Ed had asked. It was Baumhover. He couldn't leave them. Yuck.
Well, and Rose and I were going over the autopsies. We were going over those.
Oh, right.
And and it was so bizarre because we were talking about how we couldn't figure out, we're still trying to figure out how she got in that position, how she in the position she was found, because it was like there
figure that out, other than like it when you read it, it sounds like someone being like put in like a small space, like a trunk, or like a trunk, or like a big old store, like a storage container, like a bin. Yeah, that's something I don't know who has an answer for us for that. Because it
doesn't make any sense.
She was like a weird downward dog, though, because he just kind of rolls her out of the sheet, and he said the way she landed, he was so callous. Like the way she landed is the way she landed, but it's just disgusting.
She wouldn't have landed like that.
Just disgusting, just like an animal, just roll her on.
Oh yeah, like she just was. I just wonder. I'm like, what? How did you get what? Because seriously, I just don't know what. I just can't get over the whole.
I know.
So I can't. I mean, I just can't. There was no time for Chris to clean up, and it doesn't make sense that when they were there was nothing that.
No,
I mean, there was nothing.
The house is spotless. I mean, the dogs. There was nothing remarkable.
No, and those dogs acted like nobody was killed in that house. It was just, what have you. I mean,
team lawyers had, flown in a couple that are world renowned. They're like, there's nothing here forensic wise for us to even collect.
I know.
It's an odd. We don't truly have a crime scene, which is probably why we're all nuts about it. We really don't have an actual crime scene. Can you say the house? Can you say his truck? Can you say we don't really, no one could ever 100% say where. Plus he gave a couple different stories. So we're all, our heads were spinning on that end of it, but factual wise, evidence wise, there is nowhere that you can pinpoint, like, there it is. There's the blood, or there's the DNA. There's none of that. There's none of it.
Right. And it just doesn't,
we're all cuckoo from it because of that.
I know. And we all know that Chris Watts, I mean, come on, he is not any daggone mastermind that did the best cleanup job on God's green earth.
I know. Yeah, exactly. Utter tonight, we're just going with, it's like a kind of like I haven't been live, we're just going with the flow. I love it.
We're having a hodgepodge.
Yeah, and we did say it was a hodgepodge kind of night.
It's a hodgepodge. It's a
It is.
hodgepodge. We like
Because there's been a lot going on.
Oh, I know. And the one thing we did want to say about Coburger, because we talked about this extensively, and sorry guys if we're switching back and forth, but
no, they're so good too. I love this is our people. They can hop from one weird event to the next.
Exactly. We're like, we're just going, it's like the movie, A Series of Unfortunate Events. We're just going through all of them. So with the Coburger, one thing that I found interesting with this, okay, so
what?
Can we have them put like, okay, so does anybody, like put a 1 in chat if you think that there's some really bizarre things that make no sense, that just are.
So we're talking on Kohlberger, like that make no sense, that it's just him?
Right. Yes, that it's him, that, he had moved here, in the summer, and he, we were talking about the loops that he was doing in the backing in and backing out, and we're like, what? And it just didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Because he had been in the area before, so he knew the area. And, it was extreme, I am so anxious. I really kind of think that whatever Bethany has or whatever Bethany knows is very problematic for the prosecution, because, after that subpoena and after all that, they hired like 2 the district attorneys.
Yeah, the main investigator that is doing the main work for Ann Taylor, like he's well known. But the fact that then the judge signs that, oh no, we do need her. We'll come to an agreement. I don't have to have her come here to Idaho, but you will go there, because obviously whatever. And I don't know if they have to tell that judge when they met. Do you have to say, this is why we need Bethany to come, because this is what she knows? I don't know if they tell the judge how in depth it goes. It had to be enough though that she signed off that yes, we do need her. So
and the thing is, I don't think they presented that to the judge. I don't think they're allowed to do that until prelim.
So how does that happen? Like the judge would just say yes, because it could be?
Because that was that's why I think that it has to be something significant, because basically his defense attorney, Ann Taylor, and their investigator, they're putting their stamp on it and saying, look, so they're putting their butts on the line and saying, hey, we're telling you right now, this is going to exonerate him. So if it were something and they were just screwing around, that's why I say that judge would be pissed, because the judge would be like, once they get to the prelim and then, she testifies and it's nothing. I mean, that judge is not going to be happy, because, she obviously, the judge probably doesn't want to drag this poor girl to, to Idaho, but luckily she gets to her,
they came to a very reasonable conclusion, in order for it not to put her through hell by having to go into a courtroom where he'll be sitting, but you will answer questions that his lawyers will come to you and ask you and interview you. So, I'm sure she wasn't happy either way, but she's lucky for what the way it is happening. It's on her turf, it's in her home state, and it'll be what it'll be. And like I said, it's only the preliminary that we're waiting. So it's like we're anticipating, and God knows if it is just bare minimal that we even are, that we even hear through this. I'll blow a gasket. I'll lose my mind, but I have to prepare myself for that this isn't going to be it all. This is we're just getting started, and not to get too excited about it all, but when that came out this week that they need her there because what what she knows will clear him blew my mind. Blew in my mind.
Yeah, and there's no way. Okay. There's somebody knew him. I don't care how they knew him. They knew him because there's no way that they would even be able to. Somebody had to say his name because where else would they come up with it? Because there's no way that they were like, oh, we can't see the license plate. We can't see this. We can't do that. The Elantra is a huge, I mean, there's a ton of Elantras because kids, they're cheap. They're cheaper than a lot of cars. They're a very good car for like a first time car for a college kid. And white is the most popular color. And it's just crazy because it's like, okay, so you didn't get the license plate, so you have no idea. I mean, we're going with the touch DNA on that sheath, which he just happened to leave like right next to one of the victims. And then I guess he carried out a bloody knife that was like 7 inches long. I mean, how did he get out of there? I mean, there's so many things that don't make sense.
That part does drive me crazy. I'm like, okay, so the place was literally bleeding on the outside. Like, let's remember how bad Zaina's room was, that the outside wall of the home is dripping blood. Okay, it's that home is a bloodbath. That man, if he was truly just one person, he went in and did all that. He would have to be soaking him. He had to be drenched in blood. You're not walking out of there clean. For them to just say they found a latent footprint in front of Dylan's door. That doesn't make any sense. If he had just come from bludgeoning Kaylee and Maddie and walked past her room to get to Zaina's room, you're going to have much more than a latent footprint. Much more. But that's right now all we were told. Doesn't sound right, but that's what we know. None of us are dumb. 4 people are stabbed viciously. You know, a little bit more blood on you than just that. So that's why we're all like, so much does point to him and all the weird shit he did. And then he was getting fired, and his hatred towards women, pretty girls, couldn't get them. Yes, a lot of it does say, oh God, this guy was a lunatic waiting to happen. But then you say, okay, they're literally within minutes, he took out 4 people's lives, and stabbing someone multiple times. One person is exhausting, let alone 4 people. So then we're pretty much making him like a Superman, because he did it all himself, and then he just walked out of there. Now, we see them the next day. We don't have every friggin' crime scene picture. There would have to be a trail of blood in it, like within those woods. I can't imagine there not being, unless he
and there's no
exiting Zaina's room, that didn't happen, because Dylan's story is he was all in black and then headed out towards the back kitchen sliding door. So he did he had clothes on, so he wasn't naked. He didn't undress unless he took off clothes when he got outside. But then there would still then be a bloodbath somewhere within those grounds that they would have as evidence. I would think we would have at least been made aware of that more than just we have a sheath with some DNA on it. I don't know.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, there's no way, because the reporters and stuff were there like the next day, and there was like nothing. You didn't see any trails or any. And I mean, they had nothing. I mean, it just looked like he just somebody. And I just don't know that you could do that in that time frame. And the other thing, remember, here's another thing that I think is like crazy. We were talking about being crazy bizarre and a little bit coincidental. I don't know what it means, but about the timing, that their phones going dead or silent. Their phones went silent like a few minutes after Koberger left his residence.
Yeah, like
and
right.
Yeah,
He's like 2:48. Maybe their phones are silent as of like 2:50, 2:52. As he's leaving his
yeah, it was
home,
so
their phones go completely
right.
silent. So that's a bit.
That's yeah,
Mhm.
and he seemed frantic when he was. I don't know that. I can't. I mean, this guy studied under Kathleen Ramsland, so
Yeah.
I can't see that he's gonna be like, oh, let me do 58,000 loops around this place. It was almost like
Let me
almost felt like he was.
practice my K turn the night that I plan on killing all these people.
I know.
That part still boggles my mind. He gets stuck. He's trying to turn around in their lot. He's getting stuck in snow, like in ice. It doesn't make sense. It just makes him look like a friggin' fool, not some wise criminology student that has his master's and is on his way to getting his doctorate. It makes him look like some street punk that doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's why I wonder if I kind of think that the Bethany thing, you try to look at what would actually exonerate him. And there's not a lot that would do that. I mean, if Bethany came in and said, well, Dylan's story was wrong or whatever, or blah, 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 blah. Well, that's not enough to exonerate him. I mean, it's going to have, because think about it, the judge would be like, okay, well, that doesn't mean that he didn't do it just because, you know what I'm saying? Like, her story was not exactly correct. We've got, this and that and the other that the prosecution has. I think it has something to do with, like, maybe the timeline and and if that's the case, then they have no room because of him turning around.
What if Bethany does know him? What if like Bethany? What if Bethany dated him? Like, we don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. Why?
And
he's there at the house at some point, but why? And why are they so? Why is it so imperative that Bethany? We need Bethany to tell you people what we all know she knows. Is Bethany going to say, yeah, he was there, but him and I were hooking up? Like, because of this, your mind goes in a million places as to how damning is what she's going to say going to be, that it's enough that Ann Taylor, who's known for being the best that they have as far as from the defense's side, is pretty damn sure that it's going to clear him. That blows my mind.
Yeah, because I don't think they'd say it unless they meant it, because their reputations are on the line. That private investigator's reputation is on the line. And they don't give the judge that information. They don't say, oh, this is what we have. They basically sign their names stating, they basically sign their good names and their reputation saying, look, we are telling you that there is enough that you will not be able to not release our client. And I'm thinking, that's pretty, that is a pretty ballsy statement. It's pretty ballsy. If they hadn't, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, because
when
let's see if the judge is going to even like agree with this. But then when it was like, no, the judge, it's not. Yes, so it was like, Jesus Christ, what is this girl going to say? And that's what's making everybody just go nuts with thoughts. You're just trying to pick each other's brains. What do you think? It could be a million different things. Who the hell knows?
Right. And the fact that the defense is like, hey, no, we don't care where you're at. We'll come meet you in Zimbabwe if that's fine. But I mean, they're like, we're going wherever you're going because we need to talk to you. Yeah. We need to see you.
Yeah, that's right.
And they came to a compromise.
And Pink, that's right. And little weird, but this past week too, they added 2 more prosecutors to the team. So the prosecution The prosecution needs more. We're going to need a little bit more help. So 2 more lawyers were added to their team. So it could be extremely damning. Extremely damning. Why would you not adding 2 more onto a payroll unless you're shitting your pants now? Like, God damn it. What the hell?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But you know what? If they are shitting their pants and they are, like that and whatever, I mean, they should be looking at it like, we don't want to put the wrong person in jail. Not, I'm not saying he's innocent. Do not get me wrong. I'm just saying that, they're turning around and going, hey, we're going to double down and get more prosecutors because we're putting them in jail.
Pink said that because I forgot that they had that it was done, but I do remember thinking at the time, like, oh boy, why? Oh God, why is that happening? Other than this is going to really get ugly with whatever this poor Bethany's going to say. Unless she in some way, shape, or form is involved in these poor kids getting murdered, which I don't believe in any way. I can't even imagine the hell she's going through every day and night of her life. It's got to be hell on earth. Just knowing,
right? And
whatever it is, God bless her, because she's a kid. What is she? 20? She 19.
I think
she's a kid. I can't imagine.
And she'll never get over it.
How scared you would be. I showed you the house. Like they got, her. Is it her dad's the doctor? Yeah, her dad's a doctor.
Yeah, I think her dad's the doctor.
Dylan's mom's lawyer. Their house. They showed Bethany's home. First of all, there's a huge fence, and it looks like South Fork. I texted and I'm like, is her dad J.R. Ewing? Because it literally looks. You guys all remember South Fork and the gates to get in South Fork. Well, that is exactly what this Bethany's home looks like. And the house is set way back and it's huge. She's in a huge mansion. They got some cash. I'm like, is her father J.R. Ewing? Where are we at with this game?
I know.
It's a big old home.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she was.
And it's,
it. I mean, and God bless her. I'd want to be. I'd be like, hell no. You can fight it all you want. Here's what we're doing. We're gonna meet in the middle. You are going to meet with those lawyers, but I'm not making you come to Idaho. They're going to come to you. They haven't said where yet, but that it will be held like. And they said they won't make it like a stressed out trial type atmosphere. It's more or less going to be an interview process, and that she doesn't have to leave her home state. I'd still be shitting my pants because we don't know whatever it is, or that they believe that she knows that's going to clear him. God bless her. I'm a nervous wreck for her.
Oh, I am too, because I worry about her because I don't know.
She is a kid. She's a 20-year-old kid, and you're in college. You're partying, you're having fun, man. If these girls just woke up, especially her, if she slept through the night and knew nothing, and then just wakes up to this bludgeoned disaster, I mean, she's probably walks around like a zombie now, talking to herself. Like, you're never gonna be right. Dylan then went into like that, whatever she, I'm a nurse. There was nothing to call a frozen shock phase. She freaked out and was frozen in fear, if we're going to give her the benefit of the doubt, which we should, and then just shut the door of her room and locked it, but if Bethany just slept through it all and doesn't know anything, that's horrifying that they do think she does. I just feel that they're something is leading them towards her, and she probably hasn't slept a freaking night since that happened. Thinking, are they?
Yeah,
God I knew him, or whatever it's going to be, has just probably plays in her head all the time. They've shown one picture of Dylan since this all happened. The paparazzi caught her one time walking out of her parents' house, going to Starbucks, and then coming back from Starbucks with a Starbucks in her hand, maybe about a month or so after it happened. But that was it. You're not going to get through South Fork where Bethany lives anyway, but there's been no sightings of her. So, she's hunkered down, and I'm pretty sure just about as catatonic as you could be, but still breathing. God bless her. And June 24th probably seems like a lifetime away. If we think it's a long time, they're probably like every day is probably hell. Yeah, I mean, I just can't imagine what it is, Docs. Doxy said, I think Bethany just thought, oh, look, poor idiot staying at the house. Never thought of it. I thought I thought maybe I gave Dylan the benefit of the doubt with that part, because we don't have Bethany saying she woke up at any time and saw people or yelled. It's all Dylan saying what she heard and opening her door 3 different times. Yeah, people were in and out. I understand it, but still, I think the part when you do see someone exiting and all in a mask, and you said that you're hearing your roommate crying, I don't know what would happen. Rationally, I want to say, oh, I'd be calling 911, but none of us know how fucking freaked out we would be, and maybe be, wherever I was standing, probably fall to the floor and be frozen in fear. 4 hours probably listening like, oh God, did they leave? He was headed towards those sliding doors, but I didn't see him leave. Did he see me? Didn't he see? I mean, I probably wouldn't move. So, we can't, how much we want to say, like, what we would or wouldn't do, and why did she or didn't she do what she did. We just have to still give them the benefit of the doubt. They don't, Pink, that's been a weird one. Pink said, did she see the bodies? So one of them did, and that's why they called in Ethan's best friend to come, because the whole thing was Ethan can't, it looks like something happened to Ethan, and we can't wake him up. I mean, Ethan's throat was slashed, so Ethan was in a pool of blood in between the doorway and the hallway of the bedroom. So whoever saw Ethan saw more than just Ethan laying down, like face down. He slashed his throat. So they don't talk about that. They just say that somebody was, not waking up. So we don't know then, did one of them pass out from seeing it? Are they talking about Ethan being down and calling that passed out? They've never given us clear answers on those little bits and pieces. We've never heard the 911 call as well, because that may clear up maybe some of these questions we have, but they also say the 911 call is also very confusing because there are several people on it. The phone is passed between 2 and 3 different people, because the first one, and I don't know, I think it is, I don't know if it's Bethany or Dylan. I don't think it is Dylan, but they're hyperventilating. 911 operator can't even hear her. So then someone else takes it, and then whoever the final one is. So they said it is a very, and that came from Olivia Gonzalez, just saying it's the 911 calls it's very confusing. People are mad that it's not being released, but it's not being released for a reason. People that are focusing on the 911 call, it's useless. Instead of that, we need to be looking for who this person was that killed, my sister and, 3 of her friends. So it's like, I wonder, I hope, I don't know if that the 911 call is that maybe something that is released in the preliminary. God, I wonder if that would be maybe something that could tie me over. That could tie me over, right, Jen? Maybe if they let us hear that 911 call. I don't know. I'm just saying. Yeah, several people pink. And they just say that it came from a phone of one of, and I can't remember the way they worded it, just that it wasn't, it wasn't any phones of any of them that had passed. But then again, it doesn't say if it was Dylan's phone, Bethany's phone, or poor Hunter, who was Ethan's best friend, but it wasn't just Hunter that saw him, because his triplets, his brother and his sister, were right down the road too, and they came up and they saw him because his parents do an extensive interview, and I'll find the link and I'll put it in here now, where they say, we are just trying to get our other two children back to some kind of normal after what they saw the morning of their brother's death. They were two of them that went up to the house, and they saw him. That's for sure. The mother, it's a sad interview with some mom and dad. They're asking people to just please think of Ethan as he was just the life of any room he walked into. They named the tulips after him, called Ethan's Smile. That's what they want you to remember. They're like they're just like, enough. Like, we need to try to get our two other children back to some kind of normal. It was the day they took them back to school, because they both went back to the University of Idaho, which I was like, wow. I don't think I could do it, but they both went back, and parents were crying because they're like, we didn't Ethan, we didn't bring Ethan back, but the other two were just trying to get them back to some kind of normal after seeing their brother the way they saw him that morning, which is just disgusting. Just an awful thought. Yeah, and it's because his parents, Pink, don't talk often. They don't. That's just not who they are. But I'll get it, because it might be one I even saved, because I was horrified when they did talk about like the poor other two siblings. I was just like, God, that is just terrifying. And then they've never spoken again. But then you have Ethan's sister-in-law. And I always wondered, okay, I thought, I wonder if Ethan's parents are a little pissed at her, because Ethan's dad had been married prior and has older children. The son's wife, so this is Ethan's sister-in-law, did a post just saying that we have questions for Dylan. Dylan says she called all the roommates right after she saw what she saw, and she saw that person leaving the home, and she said that nobody answered their phones, and we have questions. Why didn't she call 911 next? And I thought, oof, wow, I wonder, like, if they ran that by, like, I wonder if she, the sister-in-law called up and said, like, I'm going to post this, because his parents are they're private, very extremely private people, and that was a lot of information. I'm wondering, and I thought, oh God, wow, you just really outed Dylan, because then people were like, she did have her phone, because I gave her the benefit of the doubt. I'm like, what if her phone wasn't in her room? Maybe she was charging it in another room. Like, there could be a million reasons as to why she didn't call. And then, I don't know how, but the sister-in-law knows that from whatever the law enforcement told Ethan's parents. I just thought, like, I hope you clear this with your in-laws, because otherwise they're not going to be real happy, because their interview was about kind of like, we need to get past all of this hate and all of the speculation, and we just want our two children to be normal and get back into some normal. So who the hell knows, like, what the hell Dylan really happened with her, Bethany. You got to give both of them the benefit of the doubt that the one they either were both hammered wherever they were, whatever they did, that party wise, and that Bethany on the first floor heard absolutely nothing, and that if Dylan did see everything she saw, she kind of went catatonic. I tend to just try to go with that because we don't know enough then to ever want to just target somebody that could be 100% innocent to knowing anything. What are we talking about? Heather Locklear. Where's Heather Locklear? Yeah, the gag order, yeah. The summer of 1980, the big one. Who shot JR? That's what, Ed, when you look at Bethany's parents' home, you're going to say, where JR? I didn't know she was J.R. Ewing's daughter, because it's South Fork. It's enormous. There's signs on the gate that literally say no trespassing. There's like a wire fence. I'm like, I thought Jen told me he's a doctor, which he is. But if you look at it, it's like, is her dad Pablo Escobar? Is her dad J.R. Ewing? Like, look, it's a compound. It's a freaking compound. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm happy you agree with me on that, Doxy. It's just like, you gotta just give these two girls some type of benefit of the doubt and say, like, that they were all friends and that people who, want to say whatever they say otherwise, to do that is just so reckless. I don't go there. I definitely don't go there. If it comes to that and then we find all this out, well, we'll have a hell of a live on it. But until then, these two girls are probably they're in living hell. They're in living hell. Farrah Fawcett. Who's talking? Utter, don't talk about Farrah Fawcett. That's my girl. Oh, okay. Wait, I missed it. Ed, we were a Heather Locklear fan. Heather Locklear was on a poster on every teenage boy's wall. My brother had Farrah and the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, because I put that in 7th grade when it said, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I said I wanted to be a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader. And the teacher sent a note home with my mother that she just maybe have a talk with me about, professions and all that. It's the dumbest thing ever. Listen, I like the outfits. What the hell? I was in 7th grade. Keep a goddamn RN. How much more boring can you get? It's only because I didn't try out. I never watched Dallas. Yeah, it really is. It really does look like South Fork Pink. That's the first thing that came to my mind. Jacqueline Smith, Farrah. Yeah, it was Jacqueline Smith. And Farrah was only on for a season and a half because she told Aaron Spelling, you're not paying us enough as women. So then Cheryl Ladd took over. So even though we all remember Farrah as like the Charlie's Angel, like she was like the gorgeous Charlie's Angel, she was not. She was there a season and then she was like a special guest for the 2nd season and did so many episodes. But yeah, she told Aaron Spelling, yeah, you're not paying me enough. You can go suck it. So that's when they brought Cheryl Ladd on. I always wanted to be Jacqueline too, Doxy. As I got older, I loved Farrah and I loved her when she wasn't afraid to show us her entire horrifying journey with cancer, eating like the throwing up, the shaving her head. Like, man, I adore her. But yeah, when I was a kid, man, Jacqueline Smith was hot as hell. Doxy wanted to be like, you wanted to be like Caitlin. Caitlin was a badass. Yeah, Caitlin was a badass. Thank you. Oh, Otto, is dementia setting in, honey? It's okay. You're at the right place. Listen, Dad, on a good day, my dad would be having breakfast soon. So no worries here. We don't judge. We're all a little bit dementia. All right, let me just make sure I didn't miss anything else. Yeah, the gag order. The gag order pink stopped us from a lot that, we would have already heard the 911 and why, Dylan did what she did or didn't do, but it just stopped it all. Yeah, Doxy, that was a rough, but it's an excellent documentary. Like if anybody ever wants to see the real Farrah Fawcett, it's watching her and her best friend Alana Stewart and Ryan O'Neal just dealing and going to Germany and doing all those, the experimentals and thinking she's gonna live. And oh God, when her son comes from out of jail just to see her and she's in bed, it's hard. I cry. I can't talk about it right now because I get like a fool. I get teary-eyed. Jen, talk about Kohlberger or something. Yuck. Yeah, email me, Pink, please, 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 because we will do that. We'll talk first. I'll give you my number. We can talk first, whatever way you're comfortable talking about it. But as you can see, the chat wants to hear your story. So please, please do it. I love it. And I love you. Thank you for so much and thank you for dropping those links, because a couple of those things are so like I totally forgot about. So thank you. We love having you here. And have a good night. I'll talk to you soon. Jen, you there still, honey? Uh-oh. Oh no. Jen? Yikes. Hang on, guys. I don't know if Jen's having issues because of the storm. She's not on mute, but it's not moving at all. She might be frozen. Jen, I think you're frozen. Love you, Pink. You might have to go out. Jen, what I'm gonna do, let me see if I could remove you. I'm gonna remove you, Jen, and come back in because it looks like you're frozen. Okay. Now let me get out. Let's just get to the fun of this. Let me just get my Kindle out, guys. Come on. I can't wait. I gotta read the wedding. You know you're dying for it. You know it. Hang on though. Because I can't remember. Oh God. Does anybody remember? Because I forget. Buddy has rattled off one night for me the actual chapter where it starts with the wedding. Does anyone remember offhand what chapter the wedding is? And listen, it's not to laugh at them. It's if we don't laugh, we'll cry. Okay? Let's just say it like that. We're not in any way belittling what happened gruesome wise to these people. These lovely people didn't deserve it. But this goddamn wedding was a red flag. Like, don't do it. Turn around, the both of you, and go your separate ways. But unfortunately, they didn't. And forever, we have a go-to chapter when shit gets bad. All right, when I'm feeling down and I'm like, I'm just going to call my people together and I'm going to let them listen to me read about a wedding where we play musical chairs and the bride is literally flung to the ground by the best man and the groom wins the musical chairs game. But then that's not enough. We need to then play Newlywed Game, because who doesn't like a Newlywed Quiz before any food or booze at a wedding? Oh, okay, Ed. Yes. That's what I'll do. But all right, let me just see, because there's too many chapters in the book. Let me just pull it up. Let me just find out the actual chapter, and I'll. Oh my, Utter, that's good. Utter said it's chapter 666. Utter. That caught me off guard. That's good, Utter. I like that. Hang on. Stop it. Stop that, Utter. I forgot what I was just asking Google of the chapter. 666. Oh God. What chapter is? Oh God. Is it the wedding? What chapter is the Watts wedding? Blood and marriage. Okay. That whole, oh God, the father-daughter dance, the groomsmen bumping and grinding. It's a lot, guys. It's a lot. Let's just, for a minute, I should have put alcohol in my pink lemonade. Hang on. Okay, here it is. You know what's funny too? When you Google any questions about the Blood and Marriage book, if it takes it first, it'll do Amazon and sometimes Goodreads, but then it goes to YouTube and it's Blood and Marriage with these heads. Read number 2, A Curious Rose, which is the book, which is the chapter that I read with the wedding. It's like, that's how damn popular that one damn lie was. Like, because all you sickos enjoyed me reading about an awful wedding, but As I'm looking right now on it, that comes up as that's other than Amazon. It goes to Curious Roses. Read number 2 with the, oh my God, that's too freaking funny. That's horrifying, but it is funny. All right, listen, I can't help. I mean, really, we all saw the red flags. Everybody did, but no one, I guess, had the balls to just say, you two you should not do this. This isn't going to be good. You're on your 3rd maid of honor. You've uninvited the sister. His parents are not coming, and you've asked him to pay for the food. Therefore, you're really not going to have food. Yeah, I'd be like, we should either just live in sin or let's just not do this and call it a day. It's been real. We gave it a good run. Jeez, it doesn't. I don't know. I swear there was an easy way I was able to look it up. Hang on. Oh, that $12,000. That put Cindy over the edge because he had saved and saved. He was a big saver. And then she was like, who needs a wedding ring that much? And then the fact that, she picked it out. Oh God. It wasn't good. And, everybody had bad vibes about it. Both mothers didn't like what was happening. They didn't like each other. I mean, they all liked Chris, but as Cindy, as a mom, I have a son. I'd have questions. Shanaan was only 25. What's with the big house? How the hell did you get this? Why'd you tell me you were 40, but you're really not, and you thought that was funny? I'd be thinking like, I don't know about this. I think my son, I think you're doing all right, Chris. I don't know. I don't know about her, but, and she was married before. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but as a mom, I think Cindy's wheels were spinning in a way that I think any of us as moms of boys would be. Rightfully so, you worry. You can't you're never going to not worry as a mother, let alone if there's questions. And that was a beautiful house, but I'd be like thinking, how do you afford this? And what are you getting my son into? So, and she said when they got along and were very good. And when they didn't, it was horrible. And well, we saw that. So I'm just going to pull the old Kindle up, Ed. You're right. It's got to be at least a 3rd. Okay. Let me see here. Because there's only 23 chapters in it. He should add, because he wasn't, if he would have done that, that would have been easy. That was too easy. He took the complex way. So stupid. Fucking stupid. Okay, let's... Okay, no one's dead yet. Hang on. Oh, Jesus. Maybe chapter 9? No, chapter 9 is an author's perspective. Oh, I forgot how she calls him Penny. Don't forget, I still call him Chris. Jesus, what the hell? Okay, wait. Hang on. Oh no, that's just Cindy talking about Chris was a good kid. Get to the wedding. Where the hell is it? Oh, I know where it is. Hang on. It's right on my YouTube. It's right on my read number 3. It tells you exactly at what time the wedding part starts. So here it is. I'll pull that up. Find that out much quicker. I tried to Google it, but oh, here it is. Okay, chapter 9, the wedding starts at chapter 9. All right, that was easy enough. Oh, God, Jen, I hope the storm is... Jen, get back up here, honey. She's still frozen, Jesus. Okay. Blood and Marriage, chapter 9. Oh, there she is. Okay, let me get her here.
Goodness gracious.
Are you there? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you were frozen.
I know.
I got worried. You're good now, and I was like, this time because I found chapter 9, the wedding.
I really think that like this Wi-Fi is because the people across the street, none of them have power. So ours went back on. Thank goodness. But
is it still raining?
Yeah. No, it actually stopped. So it's nice out here.
Okay.
Yeah, like I decided I'm gonna do my.
As long as it, all right, you're safe. Okay, good.
I'm gonna do my So recently.
Uh-oh, you're going a little robotic. Oh no. Can you hear us, Jen? You're robotic. Oh no.
Hold on 1 second. Let me see.
Now I could hear you. It could be positional too. Now when we get to the wedding part, Ed wants me to ask the questions, but see who could answer them. So chapter 9 starts and it says, now the stage has all been set. And Kathleen starts it out. I've studied the 3-disc set of their wedding videos now so often that I feel like I attended this strange, sad little affair, and I'm hoping I could make you, the reader, see it too. Let me begin by saying that the fact that they went forward with the wedding at all, considering the events that preceded it, shows an almost astounding faith or an astounding act of will on both their parts. Obviously, when you think of or view the wedding video of a couple whose relationship in just 6 short years will implode into murder, you might see portents and warnings where there really weren't any, but I can't say I saw any red flags beyond the fact that the wedding even happened at all. A week before that wedding, Shanaan got into an argument with Chris's sister, Jamie, who was the replacement maid of honor for Chris's ex-cousin-in-law, Nicole Kennedy, who had not only introduced the couple, but had hosted their 3rd engagement party the previous December and had been summarily fired from her role as maid of honor in May of 2012. According to Chris, so I can't verify for sure, but according to him, Shanaan and the cousin Nicole had begun fighting amidst accusations on both sides about stealing money from Dirty South. So one down, and possibly this is where the guest list begins to thin. If friends of Miss Kennedy were also friends of the bride, they decided to give the whole thing a miss and didn't go. Shanaan took her plan seriously. Most brides do, and as we all know, some of them get a little worked up and are often called bridezillas to the point where there is
Bridezilla.
Yeah. We've all probably met a bridezilla or two, or even one ourselves. Whatever the truth is of Shanaan's mindset on this, she had been planning a sort of extended bridal party an entire week in Charlotte, where she lived, and requested that all members of her bridal party spend the entire week prior to the wedding with her, doing bridalish things such as hair topiary, last-minute fittings for dresses, and group nail outings. That sounds like painful hell to me. No,
I know. I'm not a big. I'm not a big. I like to get my nails polished. But look, I'm not one that's going to be like, I want to sit here and have you massage me for an hour.
A whole week? Oh, God, no. Jamie, the replacement maid of honor, and it's poor. I mean, it's a sister. Jamie, the replacement maid of honor, and her children were all included in the wedding party. Her son was going to be the ring bearer, and her daughter was to be the flower girl. Jamie had already purchased her maid of honor dress and also bought a suit for her son and sewn a frilly little dress for her daughter on her own. Jamie made a dress for the little girl. It makes me sad. However, when Shanaan told her that she'd have to take off a full week from work to join the bridal party, Jamie explained it was impossible. Her employer would say no, and she couldn't afford to anyway. She asked Shanaan instead, send me a picture of how you want me to wear my hair and whatever nail color you want on my nails, and it will be done. Shanaan became irate and told her, you're out of the wedding. You're entirely out of the wedding. Uninvited. You and your children. Jamie was, by her own admission, shocked. I know. I knew she was high-strung, and I'd read her email to my mom, but I had decided to try and keep the peace for Chris's sake. But kicking me, and worse, kicking my kids out of the wedding when they were really excited about it. Yeah, I was angry. I don't blame you, Jamie. If she was angry, so was Cindy. And when Chris called the next day, before Cindy could bring it up, he asked her and Ronnie for $1,000 as he and Shanaan decided they wanted the wedding catered by their favorite restaurant, the Brazilian Steakhouse. Cindy was floored by this request. I thought, for sure, he's calling to apologize about uninviting Jamie and the kids. And she coldly told me, nope, I don't have $1,000 laying around to give you for something so expensive. He responded by saying, then you'll have to pay for your own food. To which Cindy,
so would everybody else.
Well, that makes no sense. Okay, are we all bringing packed lunches? Like, Cindy snapped back. Chris, we need to talk to you about your sister and the kids being kicked out of the wedding. Tersely, he replied, I didn't call to talk about that, and he hung up. That was it as far as Cindy and Ronnie were concerned. They were not attending the wedding. Later, though, Cindy told me she didn't think Ronnie was as upset about their daughter being kicked out as she was, and that he probably would have liked to have attended. She said she told him he should attend if he wanted to, but in the end, Ronnie decided to skip it. Later, this decision would come back at them over and over, creating a need to appease both Chris and Shanaan. In fairness to their decision, I have to say that I've never heard of either a groom or a bride's family being totally uninvited from a wedding. I didn't even think you can uninvite anyone from your wedding, even if you say
I've never heard of that.
If you say you had a weird cousin who was a taxidermist. Yeah, she's so pathetic. Anyway, she said, I wasn't sure. So I just decided to research this by asking people if this was a thing, which it could have been for all I knew. I mean, after all, I had completely missed the whole Tide Pod Challenge era and those Pokemon searches that kept making people fall off high buildings or cliffs. So that's what I did. I asked 20 different people, young couples, Shanaan's in both Shanaan and Chris's age range. Would you ever tell the bride or groom's family they couldn't come to your wedding? The response was uniformly a solid no, usually accompanied by either shocked laughter or those looks you get when people wondering if you're suffering a severe head injury. Oh, God, I love this. God, I love it. You can do it, sure, as long as you don't want either the bride or groom to show up either. I mean, who would marry anyone who kicked out your family? I mean, it's a bad start and bad vibes. It's a good one.
Yeah.
Putting it. I'll admit that's also how I see it. What seems to be the right answer in this case is to just cancel the damn wedding. And if you still want to get married, a little church. Or if you aren't religious, a city hall is also good. But I suppose that they went ahead due in no small part to non-refundable deposits. The wedding itself was in a marquee tent on the grounds of the South Park Airport Doubletree Hotel in Charlotte. Inside,
I've never heard of that.
I never did either. Inside, as the camera.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm just trying to give my commentary when I hear this. I'm like, wait a minute. It's been a while since we read this, and that would That would be a hard no. Okay, I'm not having my reception in a damn parking lot.
No. Inside, as the cameras begin filming, there seems to be seating for up to at least 100 people. But this part's sad. This part is sad, but there couldn't have been more than 30 to 40 altogether who attended. It was if Jamie had been in charge of issuing the invitations. Oh, oh my God. Oh God. Poor Jamie gets blamed for everything. Anyway, first you see the bridesmaids enter, and then they go off camera without going up to the altar. Then someone lays down a white runner, and a little boy pulls up a wagon holding a toddler girl in the aisle. And then they two disappear off camera. The children, as it turns out, belong to Gina Dietz, who had been recruited as a replacement. The children, as it turns out, had been replaced for Chris's nieces and nephew. And Mrs. Dietz was serving as Shanaan's third choice matron of honor. God. Chris then enters with his attendants, and they are a little confusing. His childhood friend Mark is there, as is Shanaan's younger brother Frankie Jr., but they are also off camera and not at the altar. Later, during the wedding ceremony, one of them opens a drink can with a loud splush, which is greeted with, oh my God, with a good-natured laugh. Shanaan enters on her father's arm, and she looked totally beautiful. Perfect hair, perfect makeup. She is a real vision of what a bride can hope to be. She, Chris, and Frank Sr. are now all at the altar. The pastor seems like a lovely older man, and he speaks for quite a while before Shanaan's father leaves them to complete the final part of the ceremony. You may kiss the bride. The next thing you see is Chris and Shanaan walking through an outside corridor of the hotel. There is one shot where he is holding her dress. The camera cuts away to an exterior bar of the hotel where people not in the wedding are sitting outside and oddly eating and drinking. Now, they're not in the reception eating and drinking. That's weird. Oddly, the camera shows their food and entrees and scans that it's an outdoor bar. I don't know why, because it has nothing to do with the wedding. That is weird. See that? Did these people know they were not going to be fed? I wonder.
Who waits till the last minute?
I know.
So
I don't know.
So that happened with the sister. Yeah, that happened with the sister, and then it was like, oh yeah, we need $1,000 for our food.
And did you think you're just going to call the Brazilian steakhouse and say, "Hey, we're going to need you on Saturday night"? Like, you don't do that. You plan years ahead.
No, and that's why I'm like, well, they didn't plan on that, and it doesn't look like they planned on any food.
No,
and that's bizarre. It's bizarre because,
and it's even more. He made a ton of food supposedly. And she said, "Thank God," because you know how Jamie contaminated all of the food by making all the baby shower food with gluten. But luckily, Sandy made enough food so that her daughter could eat at her baby shower. So it just boggles my mind if this is what your daughter is going to serve at the wedding. I don't know, as a proud Italian mom that brags and has a wonderful, for a while on YouTube, excellent cooking channel, you cook, you make food. So this will never make sense to me. Never. There's no rhyme or reason as to why people are drinking bottled water. And like Kathleen said, what it looks like is like finger foods, like pigs in the blanket, like little cheesy appetizers. No sit down like entrees. So I don't know if they were broke, if Sandy and I don't know. It's all this wedding is just a huge red flag. Like, beware. Like, if you people think this shit's bad, wait till you see what's coming. It's kind of like when we look at this wedding, we're like, this is nothing compared to the horror of it all. Like the way it ends, it's like, damn it. damn it, if this wedding was any indication prior, they should have been like, we probably don't need to get married. I'm on my third maid of honor. I've kicked your sister out and her children. We might not be made for each other, but I just think they were both so headstrong on like, no, we're going to fucking make this work, whether we hate each other or not. We're going to goddamn do this because I hate your mother and I will marry you just to piss her the hell off. Call me crazy, but it's all, a lot of the shit that goes on with them is spite work. You know, it makes you, it's sad because they're, you know, listen, husbands and wives, they divorce. You hear about a wife killing her husband, a husband killing her wife. You fucking involve your babies. It's just despicable. And the only reason I'm able to laugh at this part of this book is because there were no children yet. And it just shows you how unrealistic they both are. One's not better than the other. They're both unrealistic and almost childlike in the way they act. So I'm not bashing anybody. We're just here to just laugh at make something about all of this insanity that we could laugh at. So here we go. Pastor says kiss the bride. Okay, I got that. Hang on now. Oh, okay. Anyway, the scene then moves to the inside of what looks like a medium-sized conference room with the DJ, oh, God bless him, announcing the members of the wedding party. Strangely, Chris's grandmother is announced, but his aunt, uncle, and cousin who have chosen to attend are not announced. Maybe they had also been uninvited but showed up anyway. I know from Cindy that Chris's Uncle Mark had anointed Shanaan earlier in the week by buying the bride and groom a set of knives that Shanaan said were useless and they could not be flown back with them on the plane. Oh my God.
Shanaan's probably thinking to herself, what am I going to do with these? I need cash. I've already maxed out my credit cards for all of that shit, and I'm getting rid of it in the bankruptcy.
You son of a bitch giving me knives. Do I look like I need a set of effing knives? I gotta get my goddamn nails done every week. Cash, baby. Cash.
Cash.
I'm Italian. I got a bag that says cash on it. I'm carrying a lace purse. It says cash. It doesn't say knives. Take your goddamn knives back. Come back in. Put it in an envelope. I don't even need a card with it. Put your name on it. I'll know it from you. Take these goddamn knives back. What do I look like? Like I'm going to use goddamn knives with these nails? Hang on. I need a drink.
Would that be alcohol?
No, it should be though. Well, no, because I'm at a wedding.
Yeah,
I'm reading at a dry wedding thing. So no, out of sympathy for not only the DJ but all the attendees, I won't drink because they couldn't, and they should have all been hammered before they even had to watch any games, any bumping and grinding by Frank Jr. Oh God, here we go.
Oh God,
carried away already because it's not too good. Okay. So the sweet little old grandmother, known as MEEMAW, was clearly a welcome guest, at least. Then in prances Chris and Shanaan, waving gold-clothed napkins, which happened to represent the Pittsburgh Steelers' terrible towels over their heads, the team that Shanaan loved dearly. The guests are sparse. As in the wedding marquee earlier, you can tell that many more were expected. Several round tables were completely set up without even anyone sitting at tables. That is sad. The wedding colors are black and white. The guests do not appear to have one drink or food served, other than a few plastic water bottles set out on tables. Jesus! Despite the wedding itself having begun at 3:30. Oh my God. It begins with Chris and Shanaan dancing to Angel Eyes. Despite Chris sometimes managing to be reasonably attractive, he's clearly overweight in the wedding video, quite a difference from the engagement photos in which he's slender and cut. According to the family, Shanaan had told Chris, "I'm not going to marry anyone that's thinner than I am." And so, obeying orders, he quit the 2 hours a day at the gym following their engagement and turned up at the wedding a somewhat plump and even a little jowly. Oh my God. His suit isn't great either. The pants are about 6 inches too long, and the sleeves of his jacket hang over his hands. So he looks like he had mistakenly picked up someone else's suit. The suit is terribly fit. It fits him terrible. I do remember that. And he tops off this whole clownish effect by chomping away at a wad of gum nonstop during their entire dance, while Shanaan looks gorgeous and on cloud 9. Given his looks and the contrast with his radiantly beautiful bride, the theme of angel eyes seems all too appropriate. And I have to wonder if Shanaan was pleased with his new appearance because he doesn't look anything like the guy she accepted her marriage proposal from. If either of them is bothered by the sparse attendance or by the way Chris looks, it doesn't show. But who knows if that's how he felt. How people behave in public is not always much of an indicator of their true feelings, as this case surely illustrates so graphically. The failure of Chris's family to attend the wedding will be continually brought up to them by way of punishment for the remainder of Chris and Shanaan's marriage. So I'm guessing it was a serious issue from this day forward. Next, there's a father-daughter dance. This may also be a thing. I mean, I know about father-daughter dances. I don't live in a cave, damn it. But when it starts, it looks like a regular, super sentimental, old-school dance with the song Butterfly Kisses playing. Frank Sr. looks emotional, and so does Shanaan. But Shanaan, not as much. Then the music changes to a series of show tunes, and they do a 10-minute performance with dancing and choreographed gestures that they obviously had been rehearsing for a while. While it might be kind of cute, it makes you wonder why Shanaan isn't doing this dance with her groom. Could it be that Chris would not have done as well as her father did? Or is this a new thing in father dances that I don't know about? Oh, Kathleen, I love you. Moving on to dance number 3. Still no food or alcohol anywhere in sight. And I know that's not going to ever become a thing because no one will go to anyone's wedding if they're not copiously fed and liquored up. But there they are. There they are, the guests, and they're all looking like they're trying to watch the dances and trying to be good sports about it all. This time, it's Chris's turn on the floor, and he takes Grandma MEEMAW with him. They dance to There's a Hero. It's sweet, except for Chris's oh God, what an idiot. This buffoon. He continued gum chewing. But you're still left wondering why no one else could dance. Wouldn't it help take their minds off their hunger and thirst if they would have been allowed to dance? Aren't receptions supposed to be more inclusive? Oh, Kathleen. Finally, and at long last, the video shows a small group of people all together on the dance floor along with the bride and groom. Unfortunately, it's to a rap song, and that's never a good look for an all-white person ensemble, especially as the song is clearly about hitting that ass.
Oh my goodness.
So the men, Chris included, begin humping from behind. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Humping, guys, we're humping. We're humping now. Brother of the groom included. Hopefully everyone finally manages to somehow grab a drink, anyone's drink, before this. Oh my God, Kathleen, I love your writing. Back to the feature dancing. This time it's with Chris and his friend's mom, Christine Jameson. Christine is strikingly pretty and slender and sort of sticks out because of how well dressed she is. Chris and Mrs. Jamison dance awkwardly to Martina McBride's Valentine, which would have been quite wedding appropriate if the dance had been between the bride and groom. But this is a dance between Chris and Mrs. Jamison, and she looks quite uncomfortable as hell. She spends a deal of time patting Chris on the shoulder in what appears to be a consoling manner. I don't know, strange thing, but it must have been planned. I mean, Chris's mom or sister would have been an awkward call too, and it's in the wedding video lineup listed as Valentine dance. But it wouldn't have looked strange at all if it had been a dance with Chris and Shanaan. So, well, again, this is possibly a thing, a super romantic, hold me close, need to get some insulin in on this cut to the sugar dance between the groom and his best friend's mom. That is weird. There is a sad side story to this. Christine Jamison was Cindy's best friend. They were lifetime friends, and they saw each other for lunch at least once a month, right up until Chris murdered everyone. Ugh. Now Christine doesn't answer Cindy's calls. You can't watch this video or look at a picture of any of these people without thinking about what is coming. Back to the wedding. It's time for the cutting of the cake, wherein Shanaan playfully smashes an entire piece of cake into Chris's nose, followed by traditional removing of the bride's garter. Chris slithers about on the floor. He dry humps Shanaan a few times and then dives under her dress, throwing out another Steelers colored napkin, a beer bottle from which he pretends to drink, and her petticoat and a garter, after which Shanaan's hands him a fork, perhaps as a signal for the guests to attack the finger food buffet out in the hall, which they duly do.
Oh, God.
Be it finger food. Hi, Tom. Hi, babe. It's my man. Oh, I'm reading, Tom. Pay attention. Even though you don't know this story, you'll laugh anyway. Okay, so.
It's crazy.
Okay, so that ends by everyone gets a bit of an energy boost. The fun continues with the game of musical effing chairs. Shanaan ends up being hurled to the floor by the best man, Mark, who lands flat on top of her, and Chris wins the game, and Shanaan's eliminated. Shanaan quickly leaves the dance floor a bit like a cat that's fallen off a chair. My God. I don't know who thought that was a good idea. The Newlywed Game, okay. But like, who wants to run around in a gown and chairs and somebody's going to fall? It's so effing stupid. It's so dumb. If ever you needed a wedding planner or just some buffoon that would know, say, like, you two assholes, who thinks any of this is fun? And where is the food and liquor? Why are you torturing these people? And why are you on your third maid of honor? You two should break it up, not getting together. What's happening? I'd be the worst wedding planner and be like, I just don't see it in the cards for you two. I don't know. Call me crazy. None of Chris's family's coming. They've all been uninvited. And wait, we're not serving an entree. We got problems. I'm out. The way you uninvited his family, I quit. I'd be a horrible wedding planner. Because how could you fake this? Like that. But she didn't ask. That's Shanaan. Unfortunately, God bless her soul, that's part of her personality. She's a power. She's a power control freak, OCD. I can't imagine the bridezilla level that these supposed 8 bridesmaids went through. Like I said, when I did the photos for you guys, there is no picture of any 8. There's a picture of Shanaan with a maid of with a girl, and it's not the maid of honor that no one's ever seen. We don't know who this girl is. Never seen her before the wedding and never seen her after. It's on I did the video of it. We don't know who she is. And she's like putting a garter on Shanaan, like getting dressed in the morning. That's the only picture you see of Shanaan with anybody from that second wedding marriage. There's also a picture of her in her gown from her first wedding to, King. And she has like a baby face compared to them married Chris. She looked beautiful at that wedding too. Stunning, like such a really pretty princess. Like it's sad. It's very sad, but yeah. So after musical chairs, it's followed by a Newlyweds quiz called Trivia Shoes. I forgot it was named that. Oh my God. Trivia Shoes, where the guests get to ask such questions as who has the most closet space and, well, who takes the longest to orgasm. Jesus Christ.
Because everybody puts that in there.
I mean, isn't that normal? Don't you all want to know that when your son or daughter gets married? Can't wait to be like, you go, Nico. That's right. You initiate sex first. You go, my boy. Sit down, Chloe. That's right, Ed. I said Chloe. They're not together anymore. Just saying if you married Chloe. That's right. No, that's not anything a parent wants to hear. So this is where I'm like, I asked Kathleen, does the camera show you any snippets of like a proud Frank Sr. upon hearing some of these answers? I don't even remember if she tells me yes or no, because I'm just thinking like, as parents, like you'd be under the, especially as parents of the bride, you'd be like under the table when you're hearing some of these answers. But they're all smile. Everybody's all, well, not everybody. None of the guests are smiles. And I don't know if the family's all smiles because they're just like, thank God she found someone else. Thank God. Got her now. We love him. He's great. He's perfect. He's wonderful. Their first date, he had to pee, but he let her sleep on his lap for 3 hours. Well, geez, that's a reason to marry someone. The hell is wrong with these people? Oh my God. Let me get back to this. Okay. And here we go. With the happy couple, they each raise a white shoe, whether they believe it's answering yes for Shanaan, or they raise a black shoe if they're answering the question as yes, it's Chris. So again, the whole thing seems more fitting to a show than a wedding reception, and it seems that every single internet meme is being used here. After that, the DJ somewhat nervously asked the bride and groom, oh my God, this part's so good. Once again, after that, the DJ somewhat nervously asked the bride and groom, do you still want to go through with this? Guys,
oh my God.
This DJ's almost begging. He's probably almost like, listen, I will do the rest of the wedding free. If you two fuck nuts just don't make me have to ask these stupid questions. To which they're like, oh, we're doing it. And come on, buddy. That's what you're here for. God bless his soul. Me and Jen are still trying to figure out who the DJ is because we still feel he didn't get tipped enough and we need to make a collection and send him more funds. He actually still want to go through with this, to which Shanaan replies decisively, yes. The DJ then announces there'll now be an opportunity to dance with either the bride or the groom for $1 a dance. I know at least this one is a thing because I've seen The Godfather about 10 zillion times. The DJ announces all proceeds will go to the Lupus Foundation. There aren't many people, though, so less than $10. Oh, my God. So less than $10 was raised. Oh, that's all. Wow. Okay. I feel bad for both of them and the guests. And then the group dancing begins. The Trivia Shoes quiz. Here we go. Oh, it says the DJ's name. His name is Stefan Soto. Jen, mark that down. Steffen.
I am.
Steffen and Soto, Soto. Guys, we gotta find him. We gotta collect. We gotta collect. Jesus.
That would that would be a good thing. Like, I seriously want to interview this guy. I seriously want to be like,
I know.
I would like to talk to you about.
Are you? And then he'll be like, listen, I'm still in therapy for that, guys. So it's still rough for me. Thanks anyway. No, but all right, where can we send you our GoFundMe that we have in your name? God bless you. So here we go. DJ asked the first question. And so Ed said, don't give the answer. So let's see if you guys know it. First one that does it, you get it. Who asked who out first? So who do you guys think asked who out? Do you think Chris asked Shanaan, or do you think Shanaan asked Chris? You know, I'm on StreamYard, don't forget, so if I might get it late. Jen, do you have your phone with you too that you're able to see the YouTube chat? Oh,
yes.
Ed got it right. And they both, Shanaan said Chris. Oh, wait. Shanaan asked Chris. No, Chris, it's Chris, Ed. And they both said it. Chris made the first move and asked her out. Because remember, it was his cousin that said, I've got a cousin, and she blew him off for quite a while, and then she finally said yes to him. But he made that first move. So here's the DJ asked this next question. Who kissed who first? So who do you think kissed who? Who do you think made the first move for the first kiss?
Shanaan.
You say Shanaan? Okay, let's see. What do you guys say? Let's see what the chat says. And if you see the chat anywhere, because I'm seeing on StreamYard, so if you see it before I do, the StreamYard sucks because I have Kindle up on my phone, so I don't.
Hold on 1 second here.
Fucking StreamYard is so delayed. Chris made the first move. Who said that? Ed said that. Yep.
Ed said that.
There you go. And they both said it. Chris did. So Chris, wow, I wouldn't have thought that. Wouldn't have thought that, but he did. This question is so weird. DJ asks, who has the softer lips? Ill. Who cares is what I would say. Who has the softer lips?
I can't get over. Sometimes, I really can't get over this wedding from hell. I honestly, I honestly think. Oh, I know. Like, I was waiting for a question to be like, can you guess how long Chris's penis is?
Downtown said the first date was at a colonoscopy. He did go with her to a colonoscopy. He took her to it. You're right. Yeah, he took her. Oh, wait. Ed said, okay. So Ed thinks that softer lips, hoping it's Shanaan. So this one is, Shanaan says Chris has the softer lips. Chris says Shanaan has them. So it's, either way, there's no real right answer. She thinks he does. He thinks she does. Isn't that love? Ugh. Okay, here's the next one. Who's the better kisser? Be careful with this one. Who's the better kisser? Let's see what you guys think of that. I remember now Chris's answer too, because now that I'm reading, I'm like, it's coming back to me. I'm like, yeah, he would say that. Okay, so let me see.
Ed says Shanaan, of course.
So Shanaan, the beauty of it, Shanaan says, yeah, she is. You go, girl. But Chris says they both are. Oh, God. Sorry, Chris, you lose. If she said she's better, you just better go with it. You shut your effing mouth. Oh, okay. Next one. Who said I love you first? Who said I love you first? I forgot this one. Yeah, I forgot this one because
I kind of think it would be Shanaan.
Let's see. You say Shanaan. Okay. Let's see what else. What do we think's going on here? I forgot about this one. Ed said Chris did. So who said I love you first? Shanaan says she did, and Chris says Shanaan did. So yeah, Shanaan. I'm sure, she was in large and in charge. So she said, I love you first. And he, of course, even Though it took him years later to Google what does it feel like to be in love, he did say I love you. After that, I'm assuming. Okay, next question. Who's funnier? Who's funnier? Jesus Christ. Now, if I have to answer this, I'd be like, neither. I mean, neither. I don't find.
I'm pleading the fifth.
Yeah, there's not. And if I have to pick, God, who I don't. I probably pick him because he's done some real stupid things. So that I'd probably just say him out of some of the stupid things he's done that she's pointed out. But yeah, I don't find either of them. Ed said this is grossing me out, and I wasn't even at the wedding. Okay, so Ed says Shanaan. So the funnier, Shanaan says Chris. But Chris is just so, oh God. Chris says the both of them. I get Chris, can you just pick one of yous? Stop it. Chris is probably like, I'm so not gonna fuck this up because I'm laying this bitch tonight. So if I have to say both of us for every question, I will. Well, you're wrong because your wife said you, and so obviously she doesn't find herself to be funny. Next question is, who's the messiest? Who's the messiest? This one shocked me. I do remember this one. I was totally shocked by this. Having known what we know from Discovery and text and stuff. Hi, Rosie. No worries. We're playing Newlywed. I'm reading the Newlywed Quiz game again. So, but instead of me giving the entire answer, I'm asking the questions like the DJ, and then you guys are giving me what you think the answer is. So as far as who's the messiest, Ed thinks Chris. Shanaan says she is. And Chris says he is. So either one, they're just being so nice to each other. She's saying she's messy. I mean, I thought he was pretty OCD with cleaning and all that. But what do we know? We saw what we saw, so I don't know. Who's the most stubborn? Who is the most stubborn?
I can't see it not being Shanaan.
I wonder who. You think Chris is more stubborn than Shanaan, or you think Shanaan? I mean, yeah, there you go. Okay, Ed says Shanaan. Shanaan says Shanaan, but asshole says both of them. Oh God, Chris, stop it! Stop saying both of us. Jesus! Oh wait, this is when my date of the wedding. If I had been at this wedding, this was the date I was gonna have. This is the person that starts being loud, says we all know the answer to that one. God, I wish they'd said who it was, because that's the table I'd want to be at. We all know who that is. That's fabulous.
Oh my gosh, it's crazy.
Another voice from the audience then answers back to that. Chris is a good guy. He's just a good guy. Oh my God. What's next? Are they going to rap like riot? This wedding is rough. Next question is, who thinks they are right all the time? Who thinks they are right all the time? You say Shanaan? Okay. Let's see.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. I mean, just from what we know, what we've seen, Ed says Shanaan. I would say, of course, Shanaan. Shanaan says Shanaan. And guess what guess what Doo says? Both of us. God, he's so killing me. She's probably like, you better step it up with this game now. Now you're boring the shit out of the people. This was going to be good. You're ruining it for me. You're ruining it for me. Both of us. Wait, voice from the audience yells real loud, Shanaan. And another voice from the audience yells back, come on, be honest, man. They're yelling at Chris basically to have some balls. Oh, that's so good. Like, Dick, let Chris come get your balls back. Stop saying both of us for every goddamn question. Okay. Next one is, who wins the most fights / arguments? geez, I didn't even look at the answer yet, and I think her, but
Oh yeah, me too.
Downtown says NK. Oh my God, who wins the most fights and arguments? I mean, they never really fought, according to both of them, right? Then they kind of make it seem like they never really fought because he just did whatever she wanted. But okay, Ed says,
oh yeah.
And guess what? For one, Chris untucked his penis and he put it back out. Balls are showing. They both said Shanaan. Phew. There you go. All right. Okay. Who causes the most fights? Who causes the most fights? Now again, I'm thinking Shanaan. I'm thinking
me too.
Chris forfeited. At this point, he's like, I gotta just say what I think she's gonna want me to say. But she was, the both of us part, she probably finally gave him a side eye, like, you ain't gonna get a piece of any of this. You played this goddamn game right. And then he just started to answer probably like she thought. So Chris, who causes the most fights? Do we think Chris or Shanaan? And this one is weird. Ed says Chris because she's never happy with whatever he does. Now that is a good answer. Shanaan says she does. An asshole says he does. Oh, really? But Chris would not. I mean, it's a nice thought, Ed. But I think he would be afraid to fight with her. I mean, it wasn't until she was like thousands of miles, however far away she was, that he, grew, a new set of balls with his new woman and, wasn't calling her back and, had another life. But Jesus, prior to that, I can't imagine him starting a fight, because I always looked in those videos like he was like looking at it like, I'm hostage, someone help, because he was so awkward. But he's saying he causes the most fights and she's saying she is. So we're right, either one is right. And a voice from the audience yells, Chris, come on, be honest. Oh my God, I love this person. Who are you, voice from the audience? Who are you? What are you drinking? I hope you shared it. You're cool. Hi, Gathering Place. Okay, who's the most self-conscious? I'm gonna think about that one for a minute. The most self-conscious.
Chris.
You say Chris?
Uh-huh.
You say Chris. So wait, self-conscious. And I'm trying to go by the videos, that like the Facebook lives, and I'm trying to think of how they act, what they portray.
I don't think any of them were.
It says Chris, no doubt. So Shanaan says Chris, and Chris says Shanaan, and I say Shanaan. I only say Shanaan because I'm looking at it from keeping like the mask on. Everything is perfect here at this home, and because because the mom's thriving, and I don't know if that's considered being self-conscious, whatever it is, but I don't know. I would tend to say her more so than him, and she says him and he says her, so he probably got a good beating for that. Who picks their nose when they think no one's watching? Who the fuck made this question? Who did this? Geez, I wonder. Picks their nose. Guess what, guys? She had no idea that years later he would be in an interrogation room where we literally see him pick and eat his nose. Remember that, guys? Remember that? After they feed him a couple slices of pizza, and then he takes a little nap right before he gets arrested, and then he's picking and eating boogs. That's a catch. Ed says Chris. And they both say Chris. That's right. And we all saw it. And if you forget it, just go look at that the night that he ends up arrested, the night that his head's on the table and he's napping. Well, he's stuffed. Tammy gave him 1 or 2 slices of pizza. He ate a booger. It's gross. Or he ate earwax. I don't know. He ate something from an orifice that he shouldn't have, and it's on camera. So they both, Chris, they're both right. He's weird. Oh, I remember this one. Who's the most superstitious? Because I thought this was weird. I thought that one of their answers was weird. Who's the most superstitious?
I'd say Shanaan.
Okay. Let's see what anybody else thinks. You say Shanaan is the most superstitious. Now, of course, she's Italian, so, I'm thinking that route, too. Ed thinks Shanaan. Shanaan says Shanaan. But this is one of them where Chris refuses to answer. Why? Why does he, I always go back to them when the mother's like, oh, I should have asked him when he was 12, when he was in the bathroom, and he was praying to God for forgiveness. What did he do bad? I don't know. Something is so weird. I'm like, then he doesn't even want to talk about being superstitious. Chris refuses to answer. So that to me was just weird. Yet a voice from the audience screams loud, Shanaan. I love that voice. Who wears the most perfume or cologne?
That's just the stupidest question.
She made them all up, you know that.
I know, but
you would hope it, because if you asked a friend, a real friend would be like, oh God. But there were no real friends there.
No, they're not good.
There were no real friends, really. There were no, if you worked with people, I don't know, when was this wedding? 2012?
Yes.
She wasn't with Thrive, so I don't know where she was at that point in her life. Was she working at the hospital? She had to be, because she was. I think
that was.
So who knows who her people was? It's such a dumb question, and it's Chris. They both say Chris, but it's just so stupid. It's like we should be like, all right, we asked. That's enough for that game. Oh no, it's not. We're gonna keep on going until we get good and dirty. Okay. Who's the better? Oh, wait a minute. Skip one. Who gets hit on the most?
Shanaan.
Who gets hit on the most? Could you imagine if he doesn't say it's her and she does?
Of course.
He might sleep in a totally different room that night. You're not even sleeping with me, you asshole.
Right.
Even if it's not me, you better say it's me. Shanaan yet again, yeah. And they both say it. I love a modest Shanaan. Me! It's me. I get hit on everywhere.
She is. I'm hot. He's not.
He's got no game. I get hit on everywhere. Yep. So that is what they say. Who can? And then here we go again with the stupid questions. Who controls the thermostat? Who fucking cares? But who controls the thermostat? What? And why would
And these are questions that she gave the DJ, right?
Yes, this poor son of a bitch was asking these questions. He's probably like, my career's ruined. Downtown said Dieter. I wish Dieter controlled the. Okay, so Ed says Shanaan. And both these douches say both of us. Oh God, so because they're so in unity. Oh, we both do, because we both run either hot or cold. Okay. Who does the most laundry? Or it should just be who does the laundry. And we all know that because she says it and he said it during one of his interrogations. It's him. And they both say it. So that's a stupid one. Catherine Place that's a great question. Catherine Place just said, who controls everything? that should have just been the only question, and that game could have been over before it really even started gathering. You needed to be the wedding planner at this catastrophe. Dear God. Okay, who takes up the most? Oh, I love my voice in the audience too. Who takes up the most space in the closet? I mean, we've seen Chris did have a lot of clothes, but you have to remember she also then has that shoe closet downstairs in her office. So you're seeing shoes and purses in one closet, and then just like their bedroom closet, just a portion it's her clothes, but it's not everything. So just remember that part of it. And Shanaan decides that those closets, they were unreal. And they both say Shanaan. Yeah, I did love that damn shoe closet though. Her father made her that when he came. I did like that shoe purse. The purse thing, it was like really like being in a purse store, like with the way they're hanging. I wanted that closet was awesome. I didn't like the color was painted, but that was a cool closet. And they both said her. And somebody yells again. We all know that. These people, why did they come to the... It's like they hated her. It's like who's ever there was so hungry and thirsty, they became Tourette syndrome delirious. They were just spewing it out. Like, I ain't holding back. I don't eat pigs in the blanket. And that goddamn warm bottled water just ain't cutting it. I'll meet y'all later because I'm heading to a liquor store. What do y'all want? Write it down. This isn't fun. It's not being fun. After the bride, we did get to see her hurl to the ground, and Chris won musical chairs. But after that, it's a shit show. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go, DJ. I'm not going to read this. Looks at Shanaan for the next question and says, I'm not going to read this one. So a female guest from the audience said, I will. And proceeds to ask the question, who's the horniest?
Wow.
Think about this one good and hard, guys. What do you think? Who's the horniest? Who's horniest of the two? Who knows when a shower's taken that it's time to have some sexy time? So weird, I know, but really. Ed says Shan. What do you guys think? Does anyone think Chris? Does just putting it out there. Does anyone think, Chris, how they say men, and does anyone think Chris is hornier than Shanaan? I just say yeah if you do. I just want to get a little feel for what our thoughts are on the whole. She takes a shower, but she doesn't like to get messy. So even though we're married, I have to wear a condom. They expired condoms. We don't have sex that often. But anyway, it's all craziness.
It's not like anything I wanted to
see in your face. Like, I want to see her parents' face for this because either way you're like cringing, like, oh my God, they're going there. We've taken a turn. The wedding's taken a real turn, and here it goes.
Oh, okay.
And they both say Shanaan. I mean, can you even? And I said, come on, Kathleen, you can. The camera's not show. What's Frank doing at this point? Like, that's my girl, that horny little bugger. Love ya. Like, what does the father say to that? You go. You can't get that D. No. Oh my God. I'd be looking at my father like, I've never even had sex. Tonight'll be the first night. Like, you want to appear virginally white. You're not playing a game where your parents find out that you're the horniest. You're asking for D first. No. Dad, I've never. So what if we have a child out of wedlock? This will be my first time. Oh my God. They're so happy, though. Everybody's so happy that she's hornier. What do we care? She's married. They're just happy she found someone. It's great. It's just so good. Dear God. Who's the loudest? And someone in the audience yells, the loudest at what? Oh my God. To which they don't clarify. They just leave it at who's the loudest. What I mean, in general, Delilah, you're always fashionable, whether you're late or early, my doll. And you're just in time because we're playing the Newlywed Game. Yep, I went there. I was asked to go there, and I'm back rereading it, but we're playing it, and you guys are giving the answers, and then I'm telling you as if you're right or wrong. You're just in time to find out that, yes, Shanaan was the hornier of the two. I'm sure parents were extremely proud for that. But we move on to who's the loudest. Someone yells in the crowd, loudest at what? So we don't really know, but I'm thinking Shanaan. Is anybody thinking Shanaan? And I don't, only because he's such a mute in most of the videos. But what did it says Chris? All I've answered has been but you're right. They both say Chris. I don't see it. I don't see it unless when that person that yelled loudest at what, it means like no, because no, listen, they would have went there. If it was like who's the loudest at sex, that would be in the question. They're not ashamed. So just I guess the loudest in general, but I'd have to disagree with that. I have to disagree.
Oh yeah.
Which a voice from the audience says, oh my God, I don't want to know anymore. And another voice proceeds to say, too much information here. This is where I get totally delirious.
I feel so bad for those people that were there.
I know.
I would have.
This DJ.
I can't. No.
DJ
I can't.
Paid enough.
I couldn't.
He didn't get paid enough. He didn't get paid enough for this shit. Delilah's grossed out by it. She's like, gross. And says to her, it gets better. Oh my God. Shanaan. She goes, I meant Shanaan being horny is gross. Delilah, I find what's more gross is Shanaan. Not only is she saying she's the horniest, but she knows her father or mother are going to hear that. So that even makes it worse. It's like, it's deviantly gross. What the fuck is wrong with you? And why is Frank so happy? What's he so happy about? That she's also the horniest? What?
I know.
What the hell?
I know.
What's happening? It is ew. Yeah, ew. Jody, take a stab at any of it. Everybody too. Come on. There really are no answers here. Because if you're Chris, for most of the questions, it's both of us.
Both of us.
He's
like, I'm on my wedding night.
Yeah. Who's
it's my wedding night. Leave me
during their
alone.
period? Both of us. Chris, no, you don't get a period. Well, when she does, I do. It makes me wear a pad. Makes me wear a pad. Listen to me now. Hang on. My mouth's dry. Hang on.
That had to be like the wedding heard around the world.
When this book came out, when this book came out, could you imagine the amount of emails Kathleen must have had just on this chapter alone? Like, tell us more.
Oh, yeah.
Tell us effing more. And goddamn,
I want to see the video.
The Watts dodging a bullet because they aren't like Frank and Sandy and humping and bumping and grinding and laughing at they might have left. They might have exited because they weren't like that. That's just not
right.
So they died. They might have even been told, like, you guys, you don't know how lucky you were. We didn't eat. We didn't drink. We found out just how effing horny she is. Your son, at one point, for most of the game, his sack was tucked in. He took it out a few times for a couple questions, but not many. That's it.
No.
It's just
it's
not. Ugh. Like you're.
Chris is probably like, I'm not answering that. I'm just gonna pretend.
Yeah, Chris. He's probably like, look at this is what I'm doing to get a piece. Just because I've never had a piece yet. It's time. And yeah, this is what you did. You sold your soul to the devil, and in the end, you became the devil. That's so weird. It's a weird thing that I always think of. Like, you wanted just so badly to marry this girl that you said was just so much better than you when you met. Beautiful, like you were just in awe all day, so you didn't care about the rest of the red flags that you might have seen. You were marrying what you were marrying, and then years later it was like, my God, what the hell was I thinking? Like, so opposite. Not necessarily that, like, I'm better, she's hard. We're just so opposite, but it's not in a way that works. Ugh.
No.
Ugh.
It's not one of those
opposites
attract.
No, and for someone that is like, she talked about being so proper and her etiquette and manners. This is such a total socially. I could have fun and curse like a sailor. This is just such a socially awkward, inappropriate game to play anywhere where either your future mother-in-law or father-in-law or your parents are going to be, in my mind. Maybe at my bachelorette party, you're going to ask 3 or 4 goofy, stupid questions and then move on from it. Because after 3 or 4 goofy, stupid questions, it's not fun anymore. Let alone we're on like question number 20, and she's still just laughing her head off. Oh God, Delilah goes, Chris naked. Yeah, no. I don't want to think of it. And it didn't,
No, not at all.
It happened often. Okay. What's this? Where are we at? Hang on. Okay. Oh, okay. So for who was the most nervous today? So for the day they got married, who was the most nervous?
I'm gonna say they both said Chris.
I'm gonna say him only because this is her second wedding. So maybe he wasn't quite as nervous as she was maybe the first, I don't know. I'm just going to say this, but who knows? Let's see what everybody thinks. And let me look and see what it actually is. Okay. All right. Let's see. Come on, guys. Who do you think was more nervous? Unfortunately, I couldn't take Kathleen to hand it over. That 3-disc set of the wedding. Ed said Chris probably. Good answer. Shanaan said Chris. Oh, and Chris said Shanaan. I finally looked at him, you son of a bitch.
You're gonna get it later.
You're not getting anything later. You're not even telling you the room number. Oh my God.
They didn't even, after all this, they never even took a honeymoon, did they?
No. No, they didn't take a honeymoon. Did they?
I don't know. I don't think so, because
listen, they were begging his parents for $1,000 so that there could be food at the wedding, to which there was no food. So I don't know I don't think so, but maybe, I'll see right after this. Okay, here's DJ asks, who will love the other unconditionally? Oh, this didn't make me sad. From now until eternity. Isn't that awful? Ugh,
Oh,
I don't like
it
this.
is.
This one is makes me sick.
Knowing what happened to her.
Right.
It's horrifying.
Who will love the other unconditionally from now until eternity? What do you guys think?
I just can't believe that all this went down.
I know.
And I can't believe they didn't burn.
Ed, you're right.
Every copy.
Ed said they both would. And that's correct. They both said both of us. Ugh. That's a heartache. Isn't that a heartache, though?
It is, because
Jesus almighty. And that ended the game. That also ended the DJ's career, in case anybody gives a shit. At that point, MEEMAW was in full-blown Alzheimer's, looking around, asking, who are you? Where am I? What happened? Who's the girl in white? Like, MEEMAW did not need to know who orgasms.
No.
Probably looking at her then.
First.
Little hoe. You stay away from my Christopher. But you didn't have to worry about that, because I let her off into, like, you think MEEMAW had dementia? No. She don't know anybody now. We got to get her back to the home, because we put her into full blown. Got to go on we got to put her on the lockdown unit after this damn effing game. Son of a bitch. My God. Can't stand any of them. Now,
and Shanaan talked about this with Sandy. Like,
that's what I mean. There's no doubt that
she didn't do this herself. This was something that somebody who's a freaking idiot came up with.
And okay, so she's closer with her father. So even if she asked him, though, he had a stupid happy grin all day. They didn't tell her no often, so I can't see them ever saying to her, this might not, be appropriate for a wedding. They probably, just like most of her friends, yesed her to death and just let her do her thing, because it was just a lot, a lot to handle. So even if she did run this by somebody, I just don't think whoever her inner circle was at the time, because like we said, she was down to her third maid of honor. If you went against what she wanted, she easily was able to wipe you out. Done. You're done. And now,
wait, let's clarify. Wipe you out.
Yeah, you're done. And that's never. First, his cousin, done. Dietz, done. Jamie, Jesus Christ. Two innocent children. You're out. Like you.
Exactly.
So mean. Oh, what did it say? I thought the DJ refused to ask who had to be on top during sex. Let me just make sure I didn't miss any. Hang on. Maybe that might have. Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Oh, my God, Ed, you're right. I missed. Oh, I'm so happy you said that. After who was the loudest, because then a voice yelled out. So then I missed this one. Hang on. Okay, DJ. These are already. DJ announces. These are already written out. I'm not making any of them up. Okay, audience. So he just wants to make sure the audience knows I'm not making this up. Audience responds yes. To which then the DJ asks, who is better in bed?
And I don't even know how you would.
How are we grading that?
Yeah, how are we grading
How
that?
do we know? Oh, like, and What are you looking at your dad? I'm like, don't, Dad, I got this one in the bag. I am a real hoe in the sack. Don't worry. I got it. Like, what makes you the better?
Nothing. They just thought they were.
So stupid. The answer for Ed, and Ed said, and it starts with Shanaan. And the lovely part of it is they both said Shanaan. Geez, I hope Frank gave a fucking standing ovation to that. Like, really?
Frankie's probably, I don't know, he may never get married. He may never have kids.
He's never leaving that basement. Don't worry. He's never leaving that basement. He's not going anywhere.
Oh.
Nope. I'm so happy you said that, Ed, because I missed these two, because this is the other one. I totally missed it. And these were my two favorites. So then the DJ says, yeah, this is a strong one. I'm not asking.
Oh, dear Lord.
I'm not asking it. To which the best man, Mark says, I will. And here's the question. Who takes longer to orgasm? To which immediately a voice from the audience yells out, oh my God.
I want to know who that is, because I would be sitting with him this entire time. And I was
friends with them. Who, after I texted the DJ, Stefan, I'm going to say, now who kept answering from the audience? Because we'd also like to get in touch with them.
I think most of these guests,
we know they're Chris's people. Because if they're her people, hi, Rochelle, honey. If they're Chris's people, they're not. If they're her people and they're like yelling out, like, be honest, Chris, and of course it's Shanaan, she kills them. And even if they're Chris's friend, family, then there weren't many of his family there. She probably, whoever went against her, she was like, you're never tagging to them again. How dare they say, I don't orgasm first. How dare they?
I kind of think when they talk about who orgasm first, I kind of think that, I think that would, I don't know, I don't know. This whole, these people, I can't believe, these are bridal shower games. It's not like she didn't have 4 of them.
Yeah.
She had 4.
Delilah, if you want to answer Ed back, you like from your laptop, you have to copy or like hover over him, I believe. If not, when you're writing a comment, put the @ sign and then Edward Schwemk, however it's written out, and then he's able to see it. So oh my God, I love the fact though that the DJ calls this question a strong one. Like almost like real guys. Trigger warning. It's a biggie coming up. Yep, this is a biggie. And Mark, I left him just said, no problem. I'll ask it. He said, we just need to know whoever just yelled, oh my God, is fabulous. So
I know.
Guess who? And they both said it. But listen, Chris said it after a very long pause. Like he didn't want to answer this question, but he knew he was not going to get a piece of even cake if he did not answer. And they both said Shanaan. Not that, I mean, really, it takes longer to orgasm. What's so fucking good about that? Either whether it's the longer one or who does it fast, it's so stupid.
I know.
And how would it is? Unless you're in a throuple and there's somebody sleeping in the middle of you two every night, who the fuck cares about these questions? Who cares?
I can't. I just want to know the thought process when they sat down and said, "We're going to write out these questions. I'm going to write out these questions, Chris."
No, I just want to run these by you. I just want to run them by you.
I just want to. Yeah. So, I just want to run them by you. So you're cool with the fact that
Delilah, you don't
fast, right?
suck. Delilah, you don't suck. You didn't spell Ed's last name right, though. So maybe if you, I do it exactly as it is, try it that way, and then if not, StreamYard is glitching on us. That's all. Then you don't suck, doll. You'll get used to it. I hated this at first too, but if you're just doing the @ sign, you've got to just make sure that the way their name is appearing is exactly how you're, typing it out. So yeah, I hope that made Frank happy. Once again, she's something else, isn't she? Making him wait. MEEMAW's probably looking at her like, you make my grandson wait to have an orgasm. How dare you make him wait?
I want to know if there's any others.
Who's everybody here? Why am I here?
I have these bridezillas and shit. Mm-hmm. I have a feeling that there are quite a few out there. I mean,
that what?
I mean, as sad as that sounds, there's quite a few bridezillas.
Absolutely. I just think this took it to a different level, right? And
yeah, because it was basically like
weird red flags. Not that anybody had an indication, that he'd kill his entire family, but if just the wedding in itself, these questions, you're just thinking, what kind of a marriage is this? Does he ever have his balls out, or does she really rule every aspect? Yeah, she does.
She does review, yeah.
And
she doesn't let him have an opinion on anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I just,
She, I mean, it's like total control.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Can you imagine looking back on these photographs 20-some years from now when they have kids?
No.
Those poor kids are going to be scarred for
there is nothing good of all of them being murdered. Damn it. But imagine them being teenagers and if you were to go back and look at and we know Shanaan would have been like, come on, tonight Mom's going to show you the 3D CD of when her and Dad got married. They see this. It's so weird. It's just all weird. But you don't have to think that far ahead. My father's not going to hear any of this shit. Don't forget, I'm faking him a virgin tonight. He needs to look at me like I am his virginally white daughter. You assholes, don't get up. No.
I know.
It went the opposite way. Not only was it raunchy, but they were having a ball. They had a ball. Yeah, I mean, father goes along with doing a dance that was seductive that really should have been done with Chris and her. The minute I see my younger brother coming anywhere near me during a all white boy dancing to Hit That Ass rap song, I'm out. And Frank, my brother's name's Carm. Carm, you're grounded. You're grounded. Mom, ground Carm. He was coming at me. He's bumping and grinding. I'm a virgin tonight. Ground him. You're grounded.
But if you don't get me out of here, I won't be.
Now, Carm.
I won't be
in your room. Yeah, go to bed, Carm. You're grounded. Go leave the wedding now. How dare you? I am your virgin sister, you son of a bitch. My God. It said, my nephew asked me what my favorite part of a wedding was. I told him it was grabbing my coat to head home. I love you. Then he told me, you gotta, Ed, no. Then he told me.
Wait, I gotta read. Hold on behind. I keep taking off my glasses.
I love it. I told him my favorite part is grabbing my coat to head home. And his cousin then proceeds to tell him that he just got engaged.
What?
And that's so good. Oh my God, that's what you get for asking your cousin. So what's your favorite part of a wedding? To which I'd say to any of my cousins, knowing that like I can say I have to work or I can't leave town. That's my favorite part. Okay. I don't want to go to anymore. Let alone then he tells you after that, well, I just got engaged. It goes, oops. Yeah, what do you say to that then? Just kidding. Love it all. Love you. I love the games you make us play. I love waiting for food and drinks. It's beautiful. It's all good. Yeah. Oh, Ed said, oh yeah, if there's a way of putting a size 12 foot into a size 6 mouth, I'll find it. Ed, listen. It's a guy, though. It's a nephew asking you. So you're I don't know. I would probably say something silly too, because for the most part, dudes aren't all about weddings and like, oh, so what's the best part? So I would have probably said something similar. So really, you didn't see that coming. That then I would just be like, I got engaged. Don't ask me a question that you probably don't want the answer for. Just dickhead, just tell me you got engaged. Then I could say, well, good luck. Better you than me. Good luck. Better you than me. And I hope I'm not going to be out of town that weekend. But if I am, blessings.
Sorry.
Many blessings. Sorry. Jody said me too. We've all done, I know we have all done some really, we've all done we said some things that's like, oh, wow. Just put my other foot in my mouth. I saw my friend the other day. Now, he used to be married to like a girl, like I was friends with, we were all friends, and like, but she got way involved with drugs. I mean, they had 2 kids and stuff. He's raised the kids, but she had another boyfriend then. And then I saw him maybe about 2 months ago. I haven't seen her from years ago on Facebook. And I said, how were the girls, blah, blah. And I said, it's still to this day. I said, so many and her name was Jessica's friends that died, Joe. It's unreal to me that how she survived all those years of doing drugs, to which he said, Jessica died last year.
Oh yeah.
Oh, whoa. I went, here's my, guess who I blamed? A thing called COVID. Like as if COVID prevented me from reading a paper, knowing anything outside the world. I blamed that goddamn COVID did not tell me Jessica died. And I am sorry. And his response, well, we hadn't been together in 8 years. I'm like, well, I know, but I just feel so stupid. And that's the girl's daughter's mother, to which she goes, well, the girls hadn't talked to her in 5 anyway. I'm like, well, then fuck her. She's where she belongs. Like, I couldn't win anyway. So by then I'm like, well, then fuck her. I stopped talking to her too, Joe. That's right. No, yeah, we've all said, I drove home and I'm like, oh God, Jesus, I thank God the girls weren't there, where I'm saying, I'm just so happy her mom, made it through and all her friends are dead now. They'd be in more therapy than they probably already are, but try. I didn't know. I was just happy that we were in a full-blown isolation time when I blamed every goddamn thing on COVID. And the sauce is a little burned this Sunday. Well, if it wasn't COVID and all this isolation, it wouldn't have burned. Okay? Don't tell me the sauce.
My brain would be working.
Did the sauce burn a little, roll the bottom of the pan? Like, did it burn a little? Excuse me, we're in a pandemic. Is that what you're worrying about, Dad? Bacon Phelps, really? People are dying. You're asking me if the sauce burned. It's COVID, for God's sakes. Everything is. Don't you know that? I'm so stupid. What did you?
Well, they have. They didn't. He didn't. Even people who were like, nobody over the age of like 70 really understood the whole damn thing to begin with. They were like,
I know. If my father didn't have cancer, where he was on, like I said, the immunosuppressive medication, and I just let him know. If I was insane, but I'm like, Dad, just just saying it. We leave the house, you're dead. I didn't give him any type of hope for you, like there's a possibility you're surviving. I'm like, you're dead.
Mm-mm.
So
Yeah, no, that's I
you
know.
I isolate. Yes, and Delilah, yes. Me and my son. And when I tell you I hunkered, I didn't go anywhere. Like I'm still semi in it because I'm caring for him now, so I'm not working. But me and Nico both, he got it working in Nebraska, drove home with it. I cared for him for a week. My dad's upstairs. I'm upstairs with Nico. My dad's downstairs. A week later, I get it. I was in no way I had no issues other than headaches and like the brain fog. My son had like the full blown. Even though I'm a nurse and I know that the ER doesn't want to see you, I was thinking, I'm going to regret it then if he really takes a turn and ends up on a ventilator, which thank God he did it. But then 3 months later, he got it again. And so did I. The best part is my dad got it. We're all in this one house, but we stayed on one floor. He stayed on the other, and all is well. So listen, if the sauce is a little burned, Dad, I think you're being a bit selfish. You know how many people died in this today? 12,000. There you go. Dinner.
We were having, what did they say? I saw that statistic on it that we were having one 9/11 like every single day. Or every other day. We're having like one 9/11 every day.
Yes.
That many people
that was terrible.
Died.
Between New York City and Italy, like they were dropping like flies in Italy and New York City.
Oh yeah.
There was no. Remember, there was the one news was like they're just laying bodies on one on top of the other in a warehouse. I'm like, what's happening?
Oh yeah.
What's happening?
Oh yeah.
But it was really so bad at the beginning, and Italy was bad. But I remember there is a video that went viral of somebody like that would sit on his balcony at night and like sing. I think it was opera. Like he had an amazing voice, so people would go out to their balconies, and it's the only place. So although they were dropping like flies, it's like COVID. They're somewhat making COVID like fashionably comfy and cute. Look at nobody be doing that if people weren't all dying horribly. But Italy and New York every day, I'm like, oh, why do I want to know the numbers? But it was only because you were also every day there telling us another effing symptom. So we could have blamed.
Oh, I know.
COVID.
Oh my God. You know what? I don't think they're going to know for a long time what the long-term effects are of it.
They won't.
No, because there's so many people with heart problems, lymphatic problems, getting cancer. I mean,
we're seeing a lot of weird things now. A lot of weird nervous system and autoimmune system right now that they are starting to link to the vaccine. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. Of course, we took a vaccine literally a few months after a major outbreak. No, not quite sure even what they, because then months later they're like picking their nose, like, this thing, it mutates, it changes, it changes. We've got a new one. We're calling it Delta. All right, Dodos, we've got a new one. And a couple months from now, we're probably gonna have another one. So you, for a while, remember it was like you have to just, we're gonna so and so group is gonna need another vaccine. I think my father had 4 vaccines. I'm like, you're done, because it is only a matter of time when I find you with a fucking eyeball in the middle of your forehead from all these vaccines. And he's looking at me. He's like, guess what he says? Why is that? Are they saying that's happening? Like, poor fuck.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of felt like they used the elderly as an experiment.
Let's be honest. I know there could have been that this was in some type of trial for years because maybe there was someone in China that whatever, and our being America, we try to stay as a CDC on top of things, but not well enough, obviously, to realize this is not a one and done. We need to present the same way we present the flu vaccine, which is every year you've got to get it, because we never know what strain is. And with the flu vaccine, just remember, we're always behind. This year's flu vaccine came from last year's strain. This year's strain is it's never the same as last year's. So you're not really winning. We're doing it because we're supposed to do it. But these are viruses that are erratic, or they would be totally eradicated, like TB is eradicated and measles, mumps, and rubella. It doesn't work like that. Flu doesn't work like that. And well, guess what? COVID's even harsher, especially at the beginning. And who would have thought how many different strains we've seen since 2020?
Oh, crazy.
No,
yeah, so many.
A lot. Ed said it's funny
and
how
just when you think
develop a great HIV vaccine, yet they cranked it. Yeah, I know they cranked this one for COVID in 6 months and expected. You never. I mean, I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but you got to let people know there are a ton of side effects with any vaccine. That's just the way it is. You're putting something into your immune system that your immune system may not know what to do with, and then you have the
and doesn't okay, so am I crazy, or isn't it like an RNA vaccine where it attaches to like your DNA? And I mean, it almost seems like it's changing your DNA. It's weird.
Well, we're not altering it. It's just what our genetic DNA, what our genes can handle. Not only could some people not handle COVID, but some people can handle the vaccine. Most cases where that people's pressures bottomed out, hardcore, they don't tell you how many people have passed that they could have related it to, because it's too soon. They won't do that.
Right.
Unless you just got a vaccine and you didn't even leave the place yet, where they made you wait 15 minutes and you rolled, you fell off the chair and croaked. That, it's not going to happen at all. Not going to happen. I would have got it. I'm a healthcare worker. If I want to work, you get the vaccine, or you wear a mask all year long, which I couldn't even imagine.
Oh God, you can. So I wore a mask before masks were popular. I mean, it was like I had been wearing a mask for years and years and years.
Yeah.
So I was like, when people started to be like complaining about masks and whatever, I'm like, really? What
yeah. And I was on, so I'm running a nursing home where we have outbreaks, so I'm not wearing just a regular mask. I'm wearing an N95 fit mask that I was tested for, so that hours later, back home at night, I was still feeling and scratching my face. It felt like it was still on, like weird stuff. Just such weird, really weird feeling. Yes. So, yeah. I did the 2-step. I'm not doing it anymore. And I don't, unless your doctor highly recommends it, I just don't know what to tell people.
No.
It's a concern, not because because I tell everybody, yes, just do the flu shot. It could, it's not written in stone that we're definitely going to be behind on the string. Who knows? But I'm more concerned every time we're taking these vaccines and we don't know the side effects. So that part does scare me. But I would.
Oh yeah, and they're having
not to.
There's so many kids and stuff that are going into the ERs, and they're finding out that they have heart problems or this problem or that. Young children.
Yeah, it's they're seeing a lot. They're just seeing a lot that now they're trying to like kind of form some type of a group who are now looking into linking heart failure.
You're right. Right.
Circulatory problems, but those are things that it'll be years then before they can fully have a conclusion. So we're all, everybody's just walking around like zombies. Okay, I'll get the next one. Like, no, I'm done.
Right.
My dad,
I know.
whatever his oncologist tells him to do, we do. That's a different story. But me, myself, I've done too. I'm not doing anymore. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm worried because there are a lot of younger people with real issues that never had issues before. So it just raises questions in my mind. That's all. Like, are we being told that to take this vaccine truly for our safety, or the money factor behind it? And that just sucks to have to worry about that. Could very well be why if they tell you you're going to need 2 a year and people are doing it, it's a fortune that is coming in money wise. At 75, that's awful. Most of my her mom has Alzheimer's, yet her body's very strong. Most of my Alzheimer's had they didn't even have other health problems, and they're on a locked unit, just walking around the day room hours on end because they have nothing. It's weird that part of Alzheimer's where the majority, there is definitely something there where these people have nothing else wrong, but they've got full blown, they can't feed themselves, they're no longer verbal, it's horrible. And yet they're, otherwise they're a strong heart and they're ambulatory. It's a long process for someone with Alzheimer's, because the majority are healthy otherwise. It sucks to watch that. There's no.
How does that then? Right. Well, then how does that then? I mean, because they say that like Alzheimer's and dementia and some like temporal lobe damages and stuff like that. They said that it doesn't really. You don't have to have it.
They said that. Watch, Jen, you're a little bit robotic, hon.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me put my.
It's okay.
It's okay. It's probably because we're having tornadoes all over Florida. Like, what is going on?
That's all.
Oh no, what the heck was I gonna say? Okay, I forgot. Never mind. I was just
no, because you were saying
the weather.
Yeah.
The weather.
The weather.
I was talking about the weather.
The weather. You have high risk of throat cancer, 71. Oh, your mom's. Yeah, well, that's like I said. The majority of them had, other than Alzheimer's, it's like, yeah, they don't even, that one like might take a multivitamin, nothing major. It's so sad.
That's what I was going to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
So what, I mean, they say that like people do not live, they have a shortened life with that. Why?
They have a shorter life with what?
With, they have a shorter life with like Alzheimer's and dementia and stuff like that. Why?
I've seen shorter lives with dementia. I haven't seen shorter. I mean, the majority of my Alzheimer patients lived to late 80s, 90s, and like I said, nothing else otherwise. So I don't know. I haven't researched that enough. Dementia, whether it's short term, is different. They have other health problems, but dementia, you still know who your family is and you're still eating. It's just you can't either remember your childhood, or you can't remember that 2 minutes ago you just asked me what time it is. Those dementia patients are usually have the other things, but very few and far have I had Alzheimer's patients with other major illnesses. That's why it sucks, because thrown into this lockdown unit, and it's
Oh,
just so sad to watch. Ugh.
so they don't have a choice but to put them in lockdown unit.
Right? Oh yeah. I mean, we hate to do it, but yeah, you have to. You have no choice. I mean, I've had twice in my career that a patient looked young enough that another family member was leaving the unit, and you press these weren't actual true lockdown units, but you press the button and then it opens the door, and they let this both times, like, these two guys out, that because they were dressed, they looked fine, and they were our patients. Oh my God, you're on the news then. It's called an elopement.
Oh shit.
Oh, it's a reportable to the Department of Health. Luckily it only happened twice, but both times it's like, this is taking 10 effing years off of my life. Terrible.
Yeah.
But they weren't Alzheimer's.
Wow.
They were both dementia. They both
Okay, so
they had to get to their car. The cop was like, I believed him. He said he's just trying to fix his truck to get back to Florida. I'm like, yeah. Well, meanwhile, when he exited the building, he was smart enough. He had a shitty diaper, which he got rid of, and he threw it under one of our trees in the front of the yard. And I'm like, we are literally follow the scent. Oh my God.
Oh God.
He took his dirty.
Oh.
I know. But he was young. He was young, but
How young?
And God, Brian, 58, 59. But he had head injuries, as a child. I forget if it was car, whatever it was, brought him to, the point where he was no longer able to maintain even a small apartment, do anything for himself, couldn't drive anymore, couldn't do anything. And he had no family. So he kind of became a ward of the state. And then they have to find proper placement. And then 58-year-old on a lockdown unit where the average person is about 72. That's like almost, I felt like we were punishing him. It was not good. And he did too.
Right.
When he'd have his clear moments, he'd just be like, this is illegal. This is illegal. Call my lawyer. I think, oh my God, I'd be saying the same thing with my green eyeshadow on. I'd be like, where's my lawyer? I need to get out. I have a wedding to go to. For God's sake. It's terrible. Oh, yeah, and I know Muhammad Ali ended up with Alzheimer's and that Parkinsonian head nodding. Oh, God, God bless him.
Was that from when he got hit in the head so many times?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But
so it was like a TBI.
Well, yeah, we call it either like blunt. And regardless, yes, he's in a ring doing it, but it's pretty much blunt force trauma induced Alzheimer's, or blunt force trauma induced, like, immediate acute onset dementia, where I'm fine today and then I wake up tomorrow and I forget that it's Tuesday and I have a dentist appointment, and last night I made soup for dinner, and what do we want tonight? Like, your short term is gone. You forget that you turned the oven on, you walk out of the room. Like, that's what he was doing, this poor young guy. But that's a reason. That's a justified reason. You have to have a justified reason to put anyone, regardless of their age, in a locked unit. Doesn't matter if they're 90 or if they're 50. It has to be a justified reason, or it is a form of abuse. It's actually considered mental abuse. You have to be real careful.
What?
Yeah, you have to be super careful with your documentation on it. The doctor has to make sure, that risk, versus benefits, kind of, he's safer here than he is on the outside, and all the reasons why.
Oh, absolutely.
It's craziness. Crazy.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, because if you don't, you could send somebody with Alzheimer's or dementia, because, isn't dementia like, there's like a list of things that cause dementia and Alzheimer's is on there. Isn't that how it works?
You could. There are people that start out like, oh, I noticed, like, my mom had to like get out the recipe book. She forgot how to make like stuffing that she made every year that she knew how to make. She didn't need to read anything. Like, there's little signs that you're just saying, oh, she's getting older, dementia. There are, but it, when it quickly becomes, my mom doesn't know I'm her daughter anymore. My mom is asking for her mother. Yeah, it went from dementia
problematic, very bad,
to Alzheimer's quickly. But for the most part, it's a crying shame because they have damn strong hearts and they walk.
Really?
Don't stop walking. It's crazy. They're touching everything. I hated that one unit. It was right near my office too. Oh God, because you had this one, you knew when he was up there because you would just hear the banging on the door trying to get out.
Oh yeah,
terrible. And because when they're still verbal, like, my mother's gonna be mad. It's getting dark out. I'm like,
oh, how sad.
Oh my God,
how sad.
Yeah. Then the other one's like, I didn't feed my dog all day. I said, no, don't you remember I told you your neighbor said that she fed the dog? Oh, thank you, honey. Like, it's terrible. You would just, at that, there's nothing you can do but try to put them at ease. 2 minutes later, they're saying, I got to feed my dog. But for the moment, it works.
Is that what they do, go in and out? Do they go in and out of the city?
Some of them do. Or some of them are just stuck in. I'm 20. When I love when they say, how old do you think you are? And they'll be like, I'm 25. I'm married 2 years now. It's like, you don't want to scare them into reality. Like, nah, you're 82. Your husband died 10 years ago. You have 3 kids and none of them come and see you. Like, that's the reality. Yeah, the reality. And this unit, yeah, you're 8. You can't get out. You can't get out.
I didn't know that they were allowed to restrain people.
We don't physically restrain anybody. Restraints in a nursing home is if you put like arms or ankles in actual restraints to the bed. That's restraint. A lockdown door on a unit is it's nothing more than a safety measure that's necessary through your documentation on each resident as to why you put them in that unit. And you just have to make sure you do that and you're okay. And it's
okay.
I've never had issues other than from the people that think that there's nothing wrong, because a lot of them really do look pretty damn good. And they just have to get home because their mom's going to worry. Everybody at the end too, they're all looking for their mothers. I'm like, I should do a study on this. At the end in the nursing home, everybody's like either crying for their mother, asking if their mother was there yet to visit. It's rough. It's rough. Yeah, 71 says you can't fully restrain you. And you can go on, the same doesn't apply in a hospital. If you come into the hospital and you're acting up, we can chemically restrain you, and they can physically restrain you. Chemically restrain means we can give you anything we want and to knock you out, and we could do it because it's a hospital. In a nursing home, we can't even chemical restrain you without, even if you don't know what the hell's going on, saying, I'm going to give you, I'm going to give you this Xanax now to calm you down. You have to still say it, even though they don't understand it. You can't hide it. You can't slip it in like their drink and applesauce. If you hand them anything with the med, you have to say, here's your medicine, take it. Even though they don't know that, it's just part of it's a whole dignity issue. Good night, Rosie. Go ahead. Go rough. I know, honey. Go and sleep. And I hope you do get sleep.
Rosie, I hope you're doing better. I'm sorry. My signal's been kind of in and out, so I've been robotic, kind of on and off.
Yeah.
But I hope you're feeling good.
Yeah, I know. Rosie, get rest, honey. 71's mom.
Yeah.
Constantly talking about her mommy and daddy. And has a dolly, angel, and puppy stuffed animals that her best friend passed away. Yeah, always. There's always at least one of them that has a doll. Oh my God, and she was so cute. She had a little bottle.
Aww.
And then one of them had, and this was smart. You know how there's those cats in the basket, the stuffed animals, and they look like they're breathing?
Oh, yeah.
We had like maybe.
Yeah, and they look real.
They thought this was their cat from home, which gave them comfort. They had no idea it's a stuffed animal. It's breathing. It's in its basket on its bed, and they're not. It's just something that makes them feel a little bit at ease. Doesn't work on everybody, but two of them, it was like, God, this is a God sent these things.
That would be like a security blanket for a little toddler.
It is. It's the equivalent of a pacifier, rocking a baby, and it is. But everything has to just be done in a dignified way, or family catches wind of everything. There's more lawsuits on that nursing home get than anyway. So.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, people have to worry about the liability of it.
Yeah.
I mean, I would not want. Yeah, you don't want to get into. I wouldn't want that business of having to take care of elderly that have Alzheimer's or whatever.
I mean, I do miss being. It's really I know it so well, being a director of a nursing home, but I just don't want to do it. I don't think I'll go back to that anymore. I'm just trying to think. I think I'll just probably be into nurse consultant and maybe see. I know a few lawyers if they need medical. If they need a panel wound or trauma nurse, to look up research, do something like that. But I'm not going. I can't go back anyway. My dad isn't. I can't leave my dad home alone.
You can't. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, and when they're like that, you can't leave them at home alone because you don't know what's going to happen.
No, I know.
I mean, next thing you know, you're going to have the cops knocking on your door. Hey, we found this guy, and
right. Yeah.
That type of situation.
It's terrible, but my dad had a home health nurse that comes once a month to change his suprapubic catheter, change the tubing on it, whatever. She came the other day. I didn't even know. She came the other day. The dog had pooped right in the middle of the room he's in, and I was in this basement. I come up. When the nurse came and my dad must have opened the gate first, so the other one got out into the kitchen. There's a puddle of pee. I'm like, I'll be expecting a call or a visit tomorrow from Adult Protective Services. I was cringing, oh God, look at this, right?
No.
Shit in one room, the other. She's a nurse. She's probably like that bitch of a daughter. God. It's terrible. It's terrible. He's terrible with cell phones. My brother got him another one. He calls me last week. God bless him. Hello? Wait, ma'am? I'm thinking he was kidding. I went, I thought he was kidding. I went, yeah. Guess what he says? Can you tell me the time? I went,
no way.
I went, it's bed.
Shut up.
I said, it's bedtime. He said, thank you.
Oh.
Hung up. I go downstairs. I go, did you call someone to find out what time it was? He goes, yeah, the operator goes, I think she was joking with me. She told me it's bedtime. I go, that was me. He goes, no. I mean, literally looking at me like, you're nuts. No, it wasn't. I go, yeah, Dad, there are no more operators. He goes, oh, really? I can't call an operator. And he was saying, dumb, I go, no, you could call 911 and let me know what they say when you just say, ma'am, can you tell me the time?
What's the time?
You can't do that.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
He goes, what you're going to do is...
all right, well, I'll know next time to call you. I go, well, you did already. So just do that again. Yeah. Bedtime. It was just be a little bit funny with me. She said it's bedtime. I said, because it is. God.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine being that operator getting that call? They're probably like, what?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I know
Because
it.
you used to be.
Bedside nursing has worn Ed's soul out. I know it's mentally draining, Ed. It's mentally draining. Whether you're dealing with the patients or you're trying to give emotional support to families, and then there's the patients who's no one visits them. Then at the end, when
I hate that.
they are like bloodsuckers. Terrible.
I mean, I can't believe how many your dad's really blessed to have you, because I can't believe how many people don't take care
Mm.
of the people they're responsible for. They take responsibility,
You have
and then this person lives terribly.
terrible. And I know nursing homes. No, I don't want to say I run at bad nursing homes, but I'm sorry, they're not. Once you work at one, you say I'd never put my family member here or anywhere any of them I've ever worked in, just because it's not right. Whether they ring their bell now, someone maybe doesn't show up for a half hour, or they just put their meal in front of this person and they didn't touch it because you didn't take the open the milk or take the lid off the plate. I can't. I
Oh,
couldn't.
I saw that. I
Mm.
saw that all the time.
Oh,
Um, I saw it all the time in the hospital
mm,
when I would be in there, and this is like, pre, and then when we were in the pandemic, and then post pandemic. So
yeah,
I've seen it through all stages of it, and
yeah.
I'll tell you what, they didn't have enough people. They
That's
had
always
nobody.
that's the nightmare, and and then
Yeah.
you're not only then cited. You normally you have to write up like who was the person that put the tray in that so and so's room. She's a feeder. You didn't even take the lid off. They get written up. It's just if certain situations, a report goes into the Department of Health. If they're in the mood to just come and fuck your world up, they're there the next morning, or
What?
the Department of Health, just like the say when they say police departments have to have a quota of like how many people they pull over like within a month span or whatever. Department of Health surveyors have to do so many of their surveys at off hours, whether they come in at 3 to 11 shift or they show up at the 11 to 7 shift for their annual survey, or if they got a complaint survey. And how many times I went home and 3-4 hours later you get a call like department two of them are here from the Department of Health, and I'm calling every department head, we got to go back. And then we're here on a complaint, they don't so and so said, and then it's like when their mom got showered today, she told the daughter that the girl taking care of her was rough and told her to shut up, and it's a nightmare. And then they're like, and we need to see your staffing for that shift. And then you're like, now we're screwed. Because even if your schedule looks good, you can't count on it. Usually people don't show
Oh,
up
no.
or they call off. So yeah, you're short. And then there's your citation on that. It's like it keeps their job alive. Like they're not coming there to say everything's good. They're coming there so that they can find things and then have to come back to check that we fix them. That's why I don't think I want to do it. Every day's Groundhog Day there.
Could you? Well, oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's like, oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I could see that. You wake up with a clean slate. You're like,
and it's like, what's
yeah,
today
you
gonna
don't remember
bring?
what happened.
What's today gonna bring?
Oh yeah, like a new adventure. It's like, oh, what's today?
Yeah, and they weren't the best. I mean, and a lot of times I could be on call all week and not get one call if you have real good supervisors. Then I'll never forget one fucking Saturday night, 10 at night. He was a fucking sergeant in the Marine Corps, then became an RN. He calls me at 10 o'clock at night. This is me answering the phone. Hello, this is Keith's. Hello back to me was, we got a rape. What?
What?
I go, what? What, Keith? He goes, we got a rape. We got a rape. I go, okay, hang on. What is that? What? Where? Who? Okay. So then he tells me, so and so were caught in her room, naked, in her bed. And when I went in, they told me they were trying to make a baby and I was bothering them. I'm like, okay, so we're not going to take that word rape back. I go, take it back. We can't call it a rape.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
And then it just went from there. But to this day, like if I see anybody that used to work with me there, this was at the veterans home or one of my old, like, in fact, the old administrator, if I see him out, he'll be like, we got a rape. It's like,
Oh,
he doesn't want that content at night. We got a rape. You got to call both families and be like, yeah, well, he's, she calls him her boyfriend. He calls her his girlfriend. Regardless that neither one of them are their own responsible party, they think they're a couple. Therefore, no one saw any actual intercourse other than laying on her bed nude. And, we're still, going to do, blah, blah, blah. As long as you're open with the family, like, don't hide anything. But I'm like, okay, take back the word rape. Tell me you didn't document that anywhere. It's like, well, no, it's just this.
Oh my gosh.
He said, Dodo, no, it's just all happened. I was just calling you to see what I should do. I'm thinking, Keith, you're a nurse double.
Oh, wow.
I am. What do you think you should do? Get him on a different unit, first off, to a full head-to-toe exam on both of them, and we'll take it from there. But some nurses are just better. Go to work, pass pills, go home. Supervisors should not be like that. Keith was like that. Like, I thinking, what kind of a goddamn Marine were you? If you're just, you don't even, and he didn't even say hello. You could say hello. Oh, hello. Like, he was just so, we got a rape. It was just, to this day, I especially love when I see my administrator who was like, Rosemary, Big Jim. He's like, we got a rape. I'm like, don't take it back. Take it back. They were boyfriend and girlfriend.
Oh my gosh. How many of them do that? Do they have that problem?
Lot of them.
Like, do they? Like rapes and stuff, do they have?
Oh, well,
okay.
You have to allow, if so-and-so likes to sit near each other and they hold hands and both families are okay with it and each resident is okay with it, you can do that. But no, like even married couples, like if they're in the same room, they're still in their own bed. Like there's two beds, but he went into her.
Okay.
It wasn't her in his room. He went into her room. So we just had to really look into it. But no, Keith, we don't have a rape. And I'm going.
That would be crazy.
Tomorrow I'm writing you up for being an idiot. But for now,
you need to write a book. We need to read a book, and you need to write it on your experiences.
I should. I really wish I wrote more of it down. We Got a Rape is definitely one of my top moments of being a nursing director. We Got a Rape.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. They were like, what? No.
We're having she's in a LAC unit. The next day when I came up there and I asked her what happened, and she looked and she's like, and they moved him out of this unit. Where is he? And I'm like, wow, you're sly as a fox, lady. I said, he is still here. He's just downstairs. You guys can still have visits, but it just has to be in the day room under supervision with all your clothes on.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh my God.
I know. Oh, you guys are awesome. I'm so happy. Oh, she wants a couple husbands. Yeah. It is common. Oh God. I
forgot to look at the chat. Yeah, and you know what? And here in the United States,
71.
I believe in the United States.
Yeah.
What did she say?
71 said her mom talks a lot of, sex and nudity. They do become real fixated on it. Quite a bit of them, and I don't mean just the men. The men still think they're 30 and they're going to give it to so-and-so all night. I used to love this one guy. He's like, I'm going to go Oh, I love Betty. Did Betty tell you she loves me? I'm like, yes. You ask me this every time I see you. He's like, I'm going to give it to her good. No, you're not. No, you're not. Go over there. Yeah. Did Mr. Whitaker get his nighttime Ativan? Yeah, I think it's nighttime. I think it's nighttime.
Oh my God. That is, you know, here in the United States, we don't treat our elderly good. We don't. Did we lose sound? Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2. Oh no. Oh, I gotta find out. We can hear you. I can hear you. Okay. Oh, cool. Okay. Can you hear Rose? It's the Jen Show. Oh God, please. I'll get myself in trouble with my theories. People will be like, "Oh my gosh, you can't! What? You think this could have happened?" Yes, I do. Anything it is, when it comes to like Idaho and Watts, nothing would surprise me. Not a damn thing. Nothing. Because Rose will be back. I think she just got kicked off the stream there. She's been having Wi-Fi problems. Hey, they can hear me. So I have to talk. It's the Just Jen It's the Just Jen show. Yeah, I should start a channel called The Just Jen Show. Nobody will be able to say it because it's such a tongue twister.